We are live.
I think.
I think so.
I can hear us.
I can hear us.
All right. Well, we're back.
We're back.
We have our happy shirts on, our happy pants on. We're going to be in a good mood. It's going to be great.
They don't know if we're wearing pants or not.
Okay, well, we're not Winnie the Pooh.
Okay, fine. Cool. All right. It is Monday where we're at.
Why do I have
What?
funny audio? Chat talk?
It's probably, I think I've got my computer turned up quite a bit. I'm going to turn it down. Sorry, guys. This is a technical on us issue. There we go. Now it's not quite
Okay, yeah,
still.
it was like tinny in my ears. Okay, cool.
Cool.
I just didn't want you to keep screaming into my eardrums.
Perfect. Honestly.
Anyway, Monday. Happy Monday.
Happy Monday.
We love Monday.
Okay, so what are we going to... Well, first of all, just to set the stage for any new viewers, we are former Christians, and so we thought it'd be a cool idea to create a channel where we could ask why people who are still Christians believe in Christianity, because we decided for ourselves that it just wasn't real anymore, or like we just didn't, like we couldn't believe it, that it was true. So we also want to make sure that we don't burn in hell forever. So if there are people out there that have like a good reason why we should, still believe, that's why we're doing this. So
feel free to come up, have a conversation with us. Good morning, Dusk. Good to see you.
Hey, very good morning. Yeah, glad to have you. We obviously also, I know maybe for folks that watch this later too, we'd like to throw out that the option for like a deconstruction episode. We've had one. In fact, our first episode was where people who were formerly believers came on and kind of shared their testimony as to why they no longer believe and kind of the path it took, and maybe they had some difficulties in that journey. It's not easy. So we're thinking about doing that again, and we will probably do that.
We might do that this coming Sunday.
Right. So that's Sunday Central Standard Time. So I know it's different for everybody.
Sunday doesn't have a time zone.
Oh,
Yeah.
Sunday.
I mean, I guess you work with people in Australia, so your Sunday isn't their Sunday. I'm giving you a pass, but that sounded really
Sunday brilliant. Central Standard at like 10, like starting at like 9 p.m. usually is where we go. But we'll make sure we always go on and try to schedule in advance. Also, anyone who wants to join in,
please come chat with us.
This is a safe space. We just want to have the conversation. Why people would still believe in the Christian God. There's a lot of amazing deities
or whatever
out there.
You believe in.
Right. I mean, we probably know more about Christianity because that's how we were raised.
Sure.
But if there are other deities out there that may be a better option, interested in hearing your point of view. But yeah, so we have a chat in here. Sam thinks that they had a premonition that Jesus got jiggy with it and wondered if it's real. I can't prove or disprove personal experiences. If someone believed that, Vishnu got jiggy with it, also could not prove or disprove.
I mean, maybe.
Maybe. Oh, interesting. Dusk Frame, one of our favorite viewers actually, said was never a believer, so don't have a deconstruction story. I think that's why I find it so fascinating.
I get that.
So I remember, I'm going to date myself. I remember in the 90s, people in like Europe were on forums saying, why is the United States so fascinated with the supernatural? Because at that time you had like the show Supernatural, you had Buffy the Vampire Slayer, Angel, all those shows that I watched religiously. But they were all about like ghosts and vampires and all this sort of thing. And people in certain parts of the world were like, what are you guys so like obsessed with this for? It's because it's like steeped in our culture. And I know that's not probably true for all of the United States, but like I personally love to hear that perspective that like you never were a believer, like I can't imagine not having grown up with all the like indoctrination and folk tales. Did Duskframe, did you have like a Santa or some sort of like childhood spiritual like tooth fairies and like things of that nature? And then was it one of those things where eventually people were like, yeah, dude, like in fourth grade, you figured out, okay, it's not actually real or whatever. Um, interested to hear other people's perspectives from in different parts of the world, actually.
I was waiting for that.
What? This comment?
Yeah. No. XOXO Maxine has been very vocal about Larry Spaghetti. Listen.
Oh my God. Okay, I do want to talk about this because, first of all, actually, how much meta do you want to share? Like, where do you want to go with that? XOXO Maxine.
We definitely can defend our beliefs. The vibe was off. We had multiple callers in a row where things were not going well. Larry is welcome to come back and we can try it again with a fresh start.
So XOXO, I think that the biggest problem,
yes, we will respond.
I think that the biggest problem that we had was that like it was literally like a comedy of errors. So like what happened was our first caller, who we love, which I hope that they're watching this episode either now or later, but we loved our first caller, and they had brought an argument to the table that we don't typically argue, which is basically whether or not a deity even exists, because we're both agnostic atheists. So we don't necessarily say that there's absolutely definitively no God. We just know based off of our own like studies and conviction and research that the Christian God is absolutely, in our opinion, now that's why we're having this discussion here, the Christian God isn't real. Now, what we did though was with our first caller, because he's a friend of ours in the channel, we went ahead and had the is God real discussion. So then of course that was a domino effect, and we got a second caller that was having the conversation, and then a third caller. And then the problem is, by the time we got to Larry wouldn't even define.
XO, you can sit here in the chat and give us shit, or you can come up and talk to us. We didn't leave. We had another caller.
But
we were live for like another hour after that.
The reason why it was a little frustrating was because with these Phil bros, the problem is that like you'll try to have a conversation, but they give you quickly three premises, and each premise uses a term in a slightly disingenuous way, and so you have to go back to the premises to define each term. By that point in the evening, we were both just like, you know what, like this just isn't our platform. Our platform is this prompt. So actually, this probably isn't the channel for you. If you want to know whether or not some sort of metaphysical being controls all space-time, there's other channels like allegedly Ian. I highly recommend for you.
Amazing with the philosophy.
Amazing. They could debate.
Anyway, yeah. I'm ignoring that. You can sit here and pop off on our chat. That's fine. We have other people here who actually want to have a conversation.
Right. I just like the engagement though, because every time XOXO chats, it just gives us more feed. So continue to throw tantrum. And for the moderators out there, please do not censor XOXO unless they actually let them continue to use caps. If they use slurs or start doing anything like, you know, politically intolerant, go ahead and feel free to kick them, but otherwise this is fantastic.
Josh Stranded, no, we don't believe. We're former believers. We're here to just have conversations about like you might still believe. I don't know which side you're on.
Yeah.
But if you want to, you can call up and chat with us if you have anything to share.
Let's see here. So
thanks, Dusk.
As right as a Pharisee. Oh, dang.
Seth is saying that he did. I assume he doesn't believe that XOXO is.
Oh, yeah. Basically, so is as Christian as Judas during the last days. Ooh, yeah. Okay, that's good. That's a good one. Clearly an expert, yes. Sorry, for folks watching later, we're just reading the chat because it's quite entertaining right now and it's popping off. If there's anybody who wants to join and discuss whether or not, or why a person should still believe in
Oh, we
Christianity.
have two Joshes, so I was mixing them together. So we have Joshua Stranded and we have Joshua Ham. Joshua Ham just got baptized. Joshua Stranded was asking if we were believers. We addressed that one.
Ooh, continue on that path, but I'm going to look up Robert's references. Robert threw out a couple of
Daniel
Bible
7 and
verses.
Zechariah 6.
Yeah, I'm going to pull those up, Robert. But go ahead and continue to address right now.
Oh, no, I was just making sure that I realized that there were two Joshuas, so I wanted to make sure that I kept them not mixed up. So Joshua Ham just got baptized. And if you have anything you want to talk about why you made that decision, or you can say that in the chat, or you can come up and have a conversation with us here. You don't have to have your video on or anything.
When were you baptized?
I was 8.
Okay. Wait, that's a little as a Catholic, that's a little old, isn't it?
Yes, but when I was born, my parents were not Catholic. My dad remarried and converted to Catholicism, and then it was probably about 4 years into that marriage that I also got baptized.
Okay. I was a Protestant, non-denominational, so I was baptized in 7th or 8th grade. Had to do the whole, I even wrote a paper and fretted. But oh
yeah,
Robert, Daniel 7 and Zechariah 6. So Robert, I've got it up. I'm familiar with Daniel and Zechariah. I'm not sure what you mean by just posting those references. So if you wanted to come up, if you use this link, you can actually come and talk about it. Or if you wanted to also chat in even a reference, because I can say that the beast had 4 wings of a bird on its back and 4 heads, and its dominion was given to it. But I don't know that the context is going to be found on a lot of people in the chat. But Daniel, fantastic. And I'd love to have the conversation about
Visions by night of a 4th beast is actually the 7th verse. Terrifying and dreadful and exceedingly strong with iron teeth.
Right.
With 10 horns.
10 horns. But I love Daniel, so yeah, interesting. Let's see here. We need some Jesus Christ. We are hearing that. Also, XOXO, if you have the Holy Spirit, you should be able to defend your faith if you would like to come up and have a conversation. We would love to have the conversation.
You keep accusing us of not being able to actually have a response, and I'm pretty sure if I remember correctly, we did have a response for Larry, and he was just kind of a prick, defending bad moral subjects. So, I mean, we could go down that road about why you think there's objective morals.
Okay, to be fair, I do have it from a secondary source that XOXO is Larry's mom. And so we retract everything. XOXO, we are sorry that we kicked Larry. Your son is fantastic. We love him. And if he comes back up, we'd be happy to have the conversation again. And this time we'll make sure we have not talked to 3 Philbros before Larry. So we'll come in fresh in the Philbro table. But for any normal Christians out there who believe in a Christian God and, go to Bible study or not, or if you're just questioning whether or not this thing is real, feel free to call in. This is a safe space. We just like to have the conversation, essentially. Let's see here.
Okay, well, now that you said you're 15, now we actually do have to mute you because that is illegal.
Oh, yeah. Moderator, go ahead and
Yeah, I tried to mute, but I don't know if I did it permanently. If you can take a look, we can't have people spouting off and then saying that they're 15. That's just not gonna fly.
I mean, nothing against people that have kids when they're 15, but that's a whole nother thing. Okay. All right. So back to the chat.
Hello, welcome in.
Why, Robert, why the flames behind us? Okay, the reason why, Robert, we have flames behind us is because according to the Christian philosophy, if one is not convinced that Jesus Christ is the Son of God and the way, the truth, and life, the only way that you can get to the Father, if I for some reason believe that Muhammad was the actual real prophet and Jesus was just a cool guy that was a great teacher, I'm going to burn in hell for all eternity. And so, according to the Christian belief system, we're just getting cooking, and that's why I'm wearing my Hawaiian shirt because it's hot down here, and I'm not wearing Gore-Tex. Let's put it that way.
Wow.
Anyways,
yeah.
Yeah.
But if you want to come and chat with us, we can put you up here in the Golden Cities.
Yeah, and we also understand too that there's levels to this, right? So it's like there's a personal relationship, there's experiences, there's community, there's the text itself. We're not like arrogant to think, I mean, because I lived this, I dedicated my entire life to this for most of my life. In fact, I'll have to be probably like in my 70s before I can say that I have dedicated not most of my life to Christianity.
We got an interesting comment just now from Warren, and it's a good point. And honestly, when I first started deconstructing from the faith, I struggled with this a lot about what if I'm not right? What if I'm not right? What's going to happen if they're right and I'm wrong? At this point in my journey, there's just so much that convinces me that there's no reason to believe in this particular God. I'm going to need evidence of one that's more convincing before I'm worried again about my eternal soul.
Mm-hmm. And we have
it just doesn't scare me because I don't believe in it.
We have a caller in. So Lindsay, we're going to bring you up here. Lindsay, are you over the age of 18?
Yes, I'm 41.
All right.
Welcome in.
Go another 40s. I love it. Do you believe in the Christian God?
Yes.
Very awesome. Cool. Very cool. So what would be, and obviously we no judgment from us. Like I was a Christian more of my life than I wasn't. I don't consider myself better or smarter now, right? But I am interested to know, like, what are some things that you think are reasons that people should still believe, and why still believe in the Christian faith?
Well, what made me come back was more of a personal experience. I was one of those people.
Oh, like come back to the faith?
Yeah, I was one of those people that from my first memories, my parents were reading out of like children's books about Bible stories. And then at 30 years old, I fell away. I work in science. I have a science degree. So honestly, the Bible.
Don't mind me asking, what field? I love that.
I have a biology background, but I do laboratory work.
Okay, very cool. I am in no way, shape, or form in the scientific field or biology, but am mad respect for that, and that's awesome. But anyways, go ahead.
Yeah, so just the Bible coming from like a logical. I still have a very logical, analytical, but that's my personality. It just was silly. It was silly to me, so I stopped believing for 10 years, and I just had this weird. It took like 2 years where I realized for the 30 years I was Christian first, I had no actual relationship with Christ. I didn't prioritize him. I didn't know who he was. I was just doing Christian stuff. I was going to church. I was tithing. I was reading my Bible, all out of like a need for validation or to feel like I'm a good person. And because there was no actual like love between me and him, of course I fell away, but it's different this time. It's completely different. It's all I do is focus on everything comes back to him. And it's all I have. Things are so much more simple because all I do is focus on the abiding and the relationship with Christ, and everything else through him guiding me, like everything else gets done. It's no more me striving to do all of these Christian things. And I think that's where a lot of us fail, but that's how I came back. But like I came back through this like 2-year process of, I felt like this is not in a pervy way. It's like in a deity, the most beautiful way. Like he romanced me back to him. It was really strange.
So, what do you think that so, and maybe it wasn't you at all, and maybe it's like, God, right? But like what do you think either you did differently, or was an experience that maybe God presented differently that brought you back? Like what's different now than like the first go around when you left, essentially?
Because he is my priority. My job isn't my priority. Um, Before I was like obsessed with finding the right boyfriend or husband. I have no, like, he is my priority. And if I want to be honest, how I got there, the economy's bad no matter how much money you're making. And I
That's true.
had a tarot channel. It's not this one or anything like that, but I had a tarot channel. I didn't believe in any of that stuff because I didn't at the time believe in anything. I just wanted to make a couple $100 every week. And I'm not going to go into the details, but you know what Christians believe of like diviners or people channeling spirits and stuff like that. They think it's demonic, and I thought people would come into my chat and harass me, and I just thought they were so ridiculous. But I did have very strange experiences where I felt like I was it's like I got to experience the enemy, and being able to experience evil made me believe in God again.
What sort of like evil did you like experience? Like what sort of evil did you experience that made you feel like that God was real at that point?
I don't know. I don't want to go into the details because then people could nitpick and let's say it's this or that. The same as it is when you have like a personal experience, a personal relationship with Christ. People could nitpick this or that, but overall, I did it for a couple of years, and things just got weirder and weirder. And it's like the same kind of time when he was romancing me back to him. But like for me, I try to tell people, like I've talked to some people that I work with, they're all science people. Like you can't come to Christianity or you can't come to Christ by reading the Bible because none of it makes sense. To me,
So
if
do you believe in the Bible?
Yes. So
Okay.
to me first, if like I mean everybody has their own way of getting there, but like for some reason people have to be in a desperate horrible situation normally to come to this point, but not always. But normally when someone's in a desperate situation, they just need to tell Christ, I want to know who you are, I want to know you, and start the relationship that way. And then I promise you, if you mean it, like genuinely mean what you say, he'll show you, and then it'll kind of all lead in together because I couldn't believe the Bible first. For me, I had to have that relationship first, and then if you know he's real, how difficult is it for a perfect deity to do all of those things, right? So that's what it was for me. I definitely it it still doesn't make logical sense to me, but I know who he is. He's with me all the time. My life is completely different now. Yeah.
So do you think that like it was one of those things where like you rediscovered or like found God again, or do you think that it was one of those things where it's more like God like reached out and called you back to him? I assume it's a male deity.
He called me back to him. It's like he let me go. There's in the Bible, or he talks about being the good shepherd, right? He's
Right.
going to leave it. He's going to leave all his other sheep to come find his lost one. And I felt like I had just lost. I had just lost my way. And like God is the master chess player. He knows all the moves that are going to be made. He knew I could be convinced, and I just needed to go experience the world. I just need to go off on my tangent.
So do you think that so you believe that God is like all knowing, knows everything forward, backward, like the future and everything, and that's where like that kind of like came from essentially? Is that like he like decided that at some point like he was gonna like you were the one that he was gonna bring back, or like, and does he know about that about everybody, or like how does that work exactly?
I think he knows everyone's heart. You know what I mean? Like we can't read. I can't read your mind. You can't read mine.
Sure.
And if like all of my just an example, all of the bad choices I've made in men, I couldn't read their heart and their true intentions for me. And if you have, you know, and the deity is not going to be a human. They're not held. He wouldn't be held by the same types of limitations as us. So and then I'm not going to really concern myself. Like as a Christian, my job is to love him, adore him, just be here to be his servant and do his will, and just go on my path and what he wants me to do, and to
So
listen to him. So I don't really concern myself too much with the details, but the more I read, the more I know. But there's definitely some things that aren't like I don't care to know. Like a lot of people are obsessed with end times stuff.
right.
I'm more
Yeah.
focused on Christ.
Doomsday.
I'm
Yeah.
not I'm not focused on like the curiosities and about demons and the fallen angels and end times. I'm focused on knowing Christ and doing my mission as a servant for him. And that could
Well,
be small. It could be absolutely kind of like nothing right now. But I
well, and to
want
be
to do what he
fair,
wants.
if you're focusing on like your relationship with Christ and what like you know what Christ wants for you and that and you're serving Christ, if Christ is in charge of the end times, you're pretty well set. It's sort of like we have, I can't say the name probably because of copyright reasons, but we call her Lexi. Does anyone
Mm.
know what I'm talking about? If I say the name, she will
Oh,
respond. It's a robot
it's
AI assistant that lives in everyone's houses or a lot of people's. So
Oh,
we call her
okay.
we
Lexi.
don't want to wake her up and have
Right.
her
We don't, and then
answer
she'll
us
ask
back
us
on
if
the
we want
live
to turn on
stream.
lights. But I be nice to Lexi, because if Lexi someday in the future takes over humanity as like an AI entity, you know, I want Lexi to remember, hey, I was nice to you. You know what I mean? I'm not trying to be facetious, but it's like that. It's like if you've got Jesus's back and Jesus is in control of the end times, it doesn't really matter what the end times are going to be. Like he'll know you had his back, and things will like work out essentially. I don't want to put words in your mouth though, but is that kind of what you mean?
Yeah, yeah, kind of. But I've only been a Christian for less than a year again. So I feel like I'm in these very development, just developing a relationship again and learning to how to hear from him properly. I'm sure it'll grow. I'm sure it'll grow. But to me, that's the like all I'm talking about is like abide in God, have a relationship with God. Um, but really, everything stems from that. I've helped people. I'm not trying to like say it pridefully. I've donated money, but it's in his direction. So
Right.
things, I don't know. I'm still in a developmental portion.
So what you're saying actually is very biblical. So there are multiple Bible verses that support your exact position. So like in fact I can actually pull some of them up here real quick. Let me see if I can
I'm
share my
glad this isn't
screen.
like a debate show because I'm not really like a debater. Like
No,
people,
no,
people,
no.
people will either be convinced or not, and whether they're a current or future Christian, it's kind of just everybody's got a unique journey.
You know what? That's the thing that we started. Now we did make a mistake. Our last live, if anyone wants to see a train wreck, we decided to get philosophical, and it was a little bit of an interesting situation for us. That's not us. we're we're like this.
Yeah.
So this is
We
more
like to have real
real
conversations,
conversations with
ask real
real
questions, listen to
definitions.
people
Yes,
who want to have an honest discussion.
exactly,
Oh.
exactly.
All of that aside, we don't need to go there.
Yeah, but
But
let me pop this on the screen. Hold on, I'm gonna make the words bigger because it's way too small. Hold on, guys. Yep, yep. I'm like that person showing the PowerPoint where I said, "Sorry, guys, this is a little small, but I'm gonna make the words bigger." Hold on. Oh, look at that. Okay, so there's several verses that are are in line with what you're saying. So this is I'm in Romans chapter 9.
Oh, that's
Okay.
like my favorite. It's like all Israel isn't Israel, all of Abraham's seed isn't his seed. I love this. I love
Do
this
you,
one.
do you want to know why I think that Romans is Paul's greatest book?
Hmm.
There's a reason. Okay. So Paul, in all of his other letters, which we have 7 letters of Paul that we know for sure are Paul. Like if you were to put like if I were to write like a bunch of like letters, you would eventually get to know my language, the way I talk, etc. And you'd be like, that's definitely Josh. Like that's totally him. So we have 7 Paul letters that are definitely Paul. Romans is definitely Paul, but one of the things that we know from his letters is that he always wanted to go to Rome. That was like, because Rome was like obviously the capital of Rome, right? It's like, boom, you go to Rome, you're in the hub. And so Romans, in my opinion, is one of his greatest letters because it's really his treaty on all of his thoughts. It's like if you were to write an essay of all of your thoughts and make it as perfect as possible, because he wrote that letter before he went to Rome to kind of like preface his appearance. It's like, I'm coming to Rome. This is what I'm about. Anyway, sorry, I'm a Paul nerd, but
You're good.
You are a Paul nerd.
I love Paul. Okay, so we're gonna go down to Paul 9. We can start anywhere here, by the way. I am a big context person, so like anybody taking notes, please read the entire chapter, not just cherry pick these verses I'm pulling out. But one of it, in the middle of chapter 9, it starts talking about for the word of the promise is this, about this time I will return, and Sarah shall have a son, nor is that all. Something similar will happen to Rebecca when she has conceived children by one husband or an ancestor, Isaac. Obviously, he's throwing back to, the Old Testament here.
Yeah.
But it says, even before, now this is interesting, and this is teeing this up. I've got 2 other verses that are going to be right in line with what you're saying. It says, even before they had been born, so even before Isaac had been born, which is obviously one of the patriarchs of Judaism, even before Abraham was born or Jacob, or had done anything good or bad, so that God's purpose of election might continue, not by works, but by his call. So in other words, it's saying, it's talking about God's election. So it's like God knew that before Jacob was born and before Isaac was born, which Jacob eventually got renamed to Israel and became the father of the Israelite nation, like God knew Jacob was going to be the dude. Like Jacob was the one, right? And he knew like before Isaac was born, Isaac was going to be super important. So God knew by purpose of election, not by works, but by his call. So it's like whether or not Jacob was like a perfect person or Isaac was a perfect person, God knew ahead of time, these are the people that are going to do the thing. Because now, don't let me put words in your mouth, but like we would probably agree as a society, if there's like a all-powerful being, they know they know all time.
Yeah. Like someone they call the Ancient of Days. Like, like I love sci-fi. I'm not calling God an alien.
I love sci-fi.
But like, I'm not calling God an alien. But just think of like the movie Contact at the end. God isn't going to talk like us. Isn't going to think like us. He's going to say something that'll just throw you off because he's a deity. Mm-hmm. So I don't know. They're just his thoughts are higher than ours. So, and honestly, I have dyslexia and really bad attention that's not related to scrolling. I'm like a squirrel running around, and and God knows me. I can just like open up the Bible in little snippets, and he'll just show me these things, and it's so deep. I'm just like, whoa.
So I the only way that I've ever, and first of all, Adele would never reinforce the fact that I also have like the mind of a squirrel attention span, and I'm very dyslexic when it comes to especially numbers. Mm-hmm. But I like to think of it as like time is like a loaf of bread, and God knows every slice, right? So it's like he knows where everything's at. So okay, let me share another verse because all of these are in line. Okay, so this is we're gonna go to Romans again. Hold on, this is Romans 8. Let me see if I can share the screen. I'm also learning this technology, so thanks for bearing with me here. Oh boy, share screen. Oh boy, share screen. Romans 8. Okay, here we go. Sharing. Wow, what a time we live in. Okay. So Romans 8, and again, I always just pull up the whole chapter because I hate to cherry pick verses, blah 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 blah. Let me see if I can find exactly which verse it is. Oh, here we go. Got it. We're going down to, oh, where is it at? Sorry, reading fast. Oh, maybe I have to pop back up. Sorry, y'all. Okay, let's go down to Ephesians because I did go. Maybe it isn't an 8. Hold on, sorry. I apologize.
You can
Thanks for
search
bearing
for it.
with me.
I don't remember. I don't
I know, right?
like well before I stopped believing, like at 30, I had been like a real scripture specialist. I could quote stuff back and front, have arguments with people, but this time it's like different. Things are just more, and then I feel like I'm not like if you're gonna get into an argument with where you're throwing script like passages back and forth to each other, no one's really listening anyway. Um,
Exactly. I think the thing that is getting at, and actually Romans 8 does have it. Like I'm missing it, so that's my weakness there. But
yeah,
in
okay.
Ephesians, he also says this, and this is very Pauline. So like Paul has a lot of this concept where it's like God is omniscient, God knows everything, right? So like God knows, like for example, and we're not going to go into this because first of all, like we can already tell we really like you. You're a great person. There's some shady stuff in the Old Testament though, where there's some like purportedly genocidal type stuff. And it's like, oh well, God knew they were all gonna be bad, like even the babies. So that's why God could like wipe out that whole civilization or that whole town, and it's not like that. And so, like in the New Testament, like the same kind of thing applies, where it's like, oh well, God knows everyone's hearts, God knows where everyone's gonna be. So, like in Ephesians, it says, just as he, God, chose us in Christ before the foundation of the world and to be holy and blameless before him in love, he destined us for adoption as his children through Jesus Christ, according to the good pleasure of his will. So the reason why this came into my mind as you were like kind of describing your story is that it's sort of like you had kind of like strayed away a little bit. It sounded like, oops, sorry, I'm not trying to like scroll up in a you had like strayed away, but he like called you back essentially and said, "No, you're one of my children." Um, and I know this because I know your heart, I know the future, I know the past. You're one of my chosen, and I'm bringing you back. Is that kind of like what you felt like when you were brought back into like God's presence, essentially?
Possibly, possibly. I know that during that time, I remember I would tell people, when I die, I'm probably like a dog or a tree, just like nothing. And like when I died, it's like before I was born, nothing. And I think it was the Holy Spirit inside of me. There would be like this deep sadness. I don't know if it was my own personal sadness, but it was like this weird sadness. And then later on, it turned into me like getting a picture of Jesus and putting it on my wall. I don't know. And I still didn't believe. I don't know where it came from. Uh, so I don't know. There's also in the New Testament, in a couple of the Gospels. Ooh, I don't remember. It's called the wheat and the tares.
Yeah.
But Jesus, like he tells the parable,
Yeah.
then there's another paragraph, and then the next paragraph under that, when he's alone with the his disciples, it says the wheat and the tares explained, and it talked about, and I don't know how true this is. It talked about like the wheat are the people that God sow, and the tares, the weeds, are the sons of the evil one, and they've been sown together, and you have to kind of wait till the end. to divide them up.
So here would
So
be my
I don't know.
question. So here would be
I
my
don't know.
question, and I'm going to flip this over to Adele because one, she's more philosophical than me, and I've been talking for way too long. But my question would be like, if we were both Christians, Adele and I, right? And if you were a Christian and you were like called back because of like this verse and others, there's multiple verses. In fact, for those watching, if you look up Calvinism, and it's Calvi Calvinism, it was a whole movement where there's many verses in the New Testament where, because God is omniscient and God knows the future and knows the hearts of people, and it's how they explained in the Old Testament why God could get away with like, oh, I've got an echo all of a sudden. Why God could get away with like murdering like, whole civilizations, because he knew they were all going to be bad. Like, what about us? Like, we are still unconvinced. Now maybe in 10 years God will say, actually, you were part of the chosen. I am going to accept you back and lead you down the path. But what is this kind of like predeterministic, like choosing, or the elect, as like the New Testament likes to call it?
I don't really know. I don't know how I feel about that. I know that anybody who truly believes in, what Christ did, death and resurrection for their sins, that's baseline. And we even have different denominations will argue amongst each other. And honestly, if they have that thing down, I just think we should have unity in Christ. But I don't know. And I don't want to determine, or I don't want to set down like an outline requirement for someone to go to heaven or hell. Or you know what I mean? Like you're already predestined to go. I don't want to go there, but it is interesting to read and ponder, but I don't know, it's pretty deep.
Yeah.
Oh, and I think one more thing.
Go
I
ahead.
think a lot of the Old Testament, I am like just getting into Old Testament, not not really big on, I don't know a lot of the stories, but I think a lot of that war type stuff and a lot of the killing of these big groups of people, it had more to do with that Christ was to be born of that group. So I'm sure it had to deal with just protecting lineage and stuff like that. I don't know. But again, it's not something I'm just concerned with, again, loving God, doing his will. Those are just wonderings and curiosities at this point. And I don't want to, why God does what he does is
I think
like
it's very
his
honest
thing.
that you've already kind of made the point that like you don't want to get necessarily deep into the details of what made you leave or what brought you back, because you understand that like anyone of any faith could tell their story, and that's not necessarily convincing someone of a different faith or someone who doesn't believe, right? I mean, you said something it sounded like you said something like that earlier. Maybe I'm incorrect.
Squirrel brain, I didn't listen, I'm sorry.
No, that's okay. It just sounded like earlier when we were kind of asking you, like, why did you leave or why did you come back? You kind of said you didn't want to get super deep into the details. Because if you share your story, how is that any different than anyone else sharing their story, right?
I left because it just seemed more and more silly as an educated person, especially. It seemed ridiculous. Like, what am I believing in this? It did not make sense.
So what made it make sense?
A personal experience. That's all I got to tell you.
And so that's kind of what I was just getting at.
If you know, if you have this experience, not just one time, and you honestly want to know him, and he actually reveals himself to you and just continues to work in your life, there's nothing that will make me change my mind again. And so I didn't like believe by going to church or reading the Bible or listening to anything. It was just me and him. Like, that's it.
And you don't still have any questions about it, even despite that experience? Like anything that gives you pause or makes you, I don't know.
No, he gives me that shalom peace all day long. I do not, even though I continue to do many things, I have zero striving in me. I'm just at this constant state of rest because I'm always abiding with him and wanting to be with him. It's so strange. And most Christians don't even do this. Most Christians are not abiding.
Do you think that's unique to Christianity?
I don't know another God. So
That's not necessarily the same question, though.
But I don't know.
Other people know other gods.
I don't know anything about their gods.
But do you not think that they have...
Or a better question would be, if you were to learn that in other religions there are practices, maybe whether through meditation, maybe through worship, maybe through prayer, maybe through the exact same methods that Christians use, that they also experience the same sort of serenity, oneness, and connection in a personal relationship with that deity or entity, and after learning that, would that change your belief at all?
Uh-oh. Do we lose her?
Oh,
let's give her a second. She might have just had a
I
connection
would
issue.
love for her to come back. She
Well, yeah,
was
because we were just kind of getting
fantastic.
deeper into it. Lindsay, if you come back, we'll bring you right back up.
Yeah,
if
Lindsay,
you just had a connection issue. And if something happened and you had to go, come back another time, because we really enjoyed.
Oh man, Lindsay was fantastic.
Your demeanor is nice.
Lindsay was so smart and honest, and I like the personal relationship aspect of their debate, because, and I call it a debate, conversation I'd rather call it, because that was where I've been challenged, because sorry, I didn't have a coaster and now I've got water. Oh, so first of all, Thomas, I'm sorry I said, oh, Thomas, we love Thomas. We have a new caller in the box. I was just thinking maybe Lindsay's coming back to finish her conversation, but it looks like we've got a new caller, so we're gonna give Lindsay a couple more seconds, and then Thomas, if Lindsay doesn't pop back up, we'll bring you up. But just if Lindsay's still watching, or if she watches this later, you crushed it. You were fantastic. Your arguments were very sound, and you're very thought-provoking, and we really appreciate you coming up. And if you want to subscribe, we would love to have you back. We always usually let people know a couple hours ahead of time before we go live. I drank my water, so I'm going to go do a quick refill.
Get another water? I'm getting close.
Oh, man.
Well, in the meantime, let me address a couple chats while you refresh
Yes,
us.
Thomas, hold there for 2 seconds. I'm refreshing some glasses.
Dancy Steve, we don't use gay as an insult around here.
Oh, heck no. What the heck? Sorry for cursing.
Like, that's just, it's not. Like, my child is gay. It's not an insult. I don't know who you're trying to insult, but yay, you're gay. I literally made her a cake. Why are we in hell? Well, because it's kind of funny. Because we used to believe and now we don't. And we thought you might get a kick out of it or get a wild enough hair to call in. Like Thomas. Thomas, we will bring you up very shortly.
Yes, Thomas.
Oh. Yeah. Yep, we did. Go upstairs. It's okay. Diva's still screaming in caps. Dusk is still holding down the fort. Sealed beak. Rain makes corn. Corn makes whiskey. I am here for that. Unfortunately, we are out of whiskey. Okay, and I was just kind of looking. Poor Lindsay. Maybe our phone died or something. Lindsay, we want you back. What was the first thing that made me want to leave Christianity? Me personally, it was the people. It was seeing the people do one thing at church and another thing all week long, and realize that there's a lot of performativism. Now, that didn't completely deconstruct me. That just started me asking some questions. It was just kind of the first crack of the eggshell. People get church hurt. I never got church hurt. Josh never got church hurt. I believe that that is a thing that happens because I believe that there are people who use religion as more of a weapon or a control device. And I do think that church hurt is real, but I don't think that we can assume that about everyone who claims to be an atheist. And I don't think that that's fair. Sometimes it's just asking questions and seeking what seems to make more sense. The cross is just because the T in Christian made a funny cross. We are former believers. I believe it says that in our description. We just want to have good conversations. We're not necessarily anti-religion. We are just unconvinced by religion and looking for interesting conversation with open and honest individuals who will actually be genuine and respectful. All you have to do is believe in Jesus. Yeah, that doesn't work because I no longer am convinced that there is anything to believe. Now I believe you as a real person who did some real things. But yeah, I'm not convinced that he was a Messiah. Okay, Josh is coming back.
Oh, so we got Thomas.
We are going to bring up Thomas here as soon as he gets settled. Did I get some of it? Thank you.
No balls. All right.
All right, Thomas, thank you for being patient. We just wanted to make sure, one, that our other caller hadn't dropped on accident, and two, this guy got a potty break. So.
Hey, Thomas, are you over the age of 18?
I am over the age of 18.
Awesome. And,
are you over the age of 18?
Just barely. just cleared it. Barely. Do you believe in the Christian God?
I do believe in a Christian God. I'm actually Catholic.
Okay.
Oh, very cool.
Awesome. Well, welcome in. Do you have anything you'd like to start with offhand?
Yeah, I mean, if I can get your names.
Sure. I'm Adele.
And I'm Josh.
Okay. Well, nice to meet you guys.
And Thomas, we call you Thomas?
Yeah.
All right.
Nice.
Right on. Well, yeah. So first of all, this is not like, this is the only reason we have to put the word debate in the topic is because it gets more viewers. And just literally, I said the word debate, and like 3 more viewers popped on. So
okay.
This is more.
I like
just a conversation.
I like the strategy. I like the
strategy.
Yeah.
Well,
yeah. Literally, there's 4 more viewers.
You have to feed the algorithm a little bit.
Right. You got to game it a little bit, but mostly what we're interested in, like, we believed for a portion of our lives. We've left. You probably have been on long enough to hear the story, and so are interested in like why Christians are still believing when we maybe left, maybe we're wrong. Like, what's your like?
Well, and maybe something that I might want to start asking this, and maybe not. I don't know. I'm going to throw this out there. I'd like to know if you were like a lifelong believer, like you were born into it, and like your family.
No, not at all. I
just think that makes a little bit of a difference too in how we understand the conversation. To know if you found it later in life or if you were raised in it and surrounded by it always. So I just think that can kind of be an interesting perspective to know before we get into it.
Yeah, no, I was not a cradle Catholic. I didn't grow up Catholic.
Me either.
And I actually converted into Catholicism on the 4th. So I guess it's been about 3 weeks since I actually got baptized into it.
So you were baptized into it 3 weeks ago, but you were like, you knew about it before? Obviously.
Yeah, I mean, do you guys know anything about the Catholic faith?
I'm sure you had to do some catechism classes and.
Yeah, it's called RCIA. It's pretty much an initiation right into
Adele
it where you
Catholic,
go through.
So yeah.
Oh, okay, perfect.
But I'm interested to learn because I don't know any of this actually. So go ahead.
Well, yeah, you can't just walk into a Catholic church and say baptize.
Hey, I'm in.
Yeah, no, there was some scandals early on in the church, and apparently that's why they have these year-long programs to actually get into it. But okay, so I want to know what you guys' background is, and I also have a few other questions here. So if we can get started with your background.
Yeah,
you go first.
I'll go first. Yeah. So I was born into a fundamentalist, non-denominational. Well, we were evangelical at first, but we were at the core non-denominational Protestant.
Okay.
We ate, slept, breathed Christianity. So if it sounds like I've read the Bible a few times, it's because it's the only book I read
For a very long
for a very long time. And I was a worship band leader, Sunday school teacher, multiple Sunday school classes I could go. My resume in the church is extensive, but I eventually what I call deconstructed through a few cracks in my eggshell. And interestingly enough, it started when I was about 33, like no irony intended about, Jesus. But but there were a couple like chinks in the armor that happened like once when I was 8, once when I was like in 7th and 8th grade, and then once then when I was 33, and then a slow evolution away after that, where I really started like questioning why I am adhering to all these apologetics and why I'm defending all this online and being this like a very aggressive, pro-Christian apologist. And so then that's eventually what led me out, essentially. So yeah, that, in a nutshell. Any more questions you have, I'm happy to answer, but I'll kick it over to Adele before I turn.
Or
over.
if you wanted to address any of that first, so that we aren't mixing together,
right?
For getting points, that's fine too.
Well, I think it'd be good to just start off with you guys' backgrounds. So
yeah, I just didn't know if you wanted to ask him any more about that before I gave mine.
No.
Okay. I was born into a mostly non-practicing Methodist household. My parents divorced when I was 3 years old, and my dad very quickly remarried someone who was of the Catholic faith, and he went through as an adult, sort of like you just did, and became Catholic as well. Annulled his marriage to my mother, which is a whole interesting thing with the 3 kids that no longer counted. But as I grew up from the age of 4 to about 8 years old, I decided that I wanted to join their faith because now I have 2 sides, right? My mom, we were not practicing. My dad, we're going every Sunday. So I got kind of drawn into that world and chose to become baptized as a child, and then went through my first communion, confirmation, all of that. Kind of floating to his side of the family a little bit there. Until I didn't.
So when did you break away then?
I broke away shortly before I went to college. So I was not a multi-decade lifelong believer. Mm-hmm. When I was in it, I was pretty deep in it. I ate up everything that I could possibly get my hands on, from music to youth groups to study groups that weren't my denomination, just to learn everything. But I just think I learned so much so fast. And then I looked around me and I saw, I said this a little bit ago, so I don't want it to be too repetitive, but I saw a lot of performativism, where I saw a lot of people behaving one way in the church and one way in the youth group and then another way in the cornfield in backwoods Kansas with a bottle of Boone's Farm. And there was just like a whole lot of, I know what you did last night right before we got here, and none of this stuff is connecting. And that didn't like deconvert me on the spot, but it very quickly got me to start asking more questions. I had asked questions to get my way in, and I sort of questioned my way on a slow way back out. Do
you mind sharing what some of those questions were? And also, Josh, could you tell me why you ended up leaving?
Yeah.
Like why you guys left?
So a lot of mine were...
I'm going to get the book while she tells.
A lot of mine were more trying to figure out what seemed like hypocrisy to me. So like, say this, do this, say this, do this. And even in the book, like, I have met a lot of Christians, even in the last couple of years, getting deeper into the online atheist community, who just haven't read it. And we actually read it together in my, so we called it CCD because I didn't go to a Catholic school. So we had to have Catholic indoctrination outside of school 2 times a week. and we would read the hard passages, and I would sit there and be like, this is horrific. And
Do you have any examples?
But we can definitely get into some examples of passages that are problematic. Let's put a pin in that one. Just because I want to get through kind of some of the backstory first.
Okay.
But go through. I think his is a little more interesting because mine was just kind of floated in, floated out. But you had a little bit more of a difficult deconstruction.
Keep in mind though, and I don't want to delve, because obviously we're married, we know each other very well. We're best friends. And also, dude, she was hardcore. Like, like she was telling me about how, like, when you could kneel on the mat or you could kneel on the wood, and she chose the wood so she felt it harder in her kneecaps to pray. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's that, like, I believe and I like want to, you know, I mean, you know, if you're an actual Christian, I assume you're a real Christian, and by the way, I'm going to tee this up a little bit. Be careful if you ask if we were real Christians.
Oh yeah, that's
because there's the real Christian, right? The one that will go knees to wood versus knees to mat, and the one who, like, for example, you know, I would kneel in front of a mirror with candles because I thought it made me feel a little more special, and just read.
Anyway, I don't need you to defend.
Okay. My journey out, because you had asked like why I had left. So I was like, the relationship piece was definitely there. I felt it. I'm a drummer. Music's big to me. And if you've ever been to a really great concert, you've felt the power. But if you've ever been to a really great youth concert for, you know, Christian, you know, youth group stuff, you definitely felt the power, because there's a spiritual, you know, aspect to that along with the music. So I had that, but the other thing that I had was a lot of, like, logic and reason, just as my personality trait. And so I continue to, like, educate myself and read. And so when I was getting ready for college, I went to, like, a camp where they had PhD level professors explaining about, like, creationism versus evolution. This was a great book here, that the creation hypothesis, and J.P. Moreland. You're still going to find books by him. J.P. Moreland, I think the thing for me with this experience was that if there are doctorate level individuals that can argue for Christianity, and there are doctorate level individuals that can argue for atheism, why would I believe in one versus the other? I have to take them both at their own merit. So I, of course, then just started reading, because that's what I do. I mean, obviously I was reading a lot of like Wayne Grudem, systematic theology, which hopefully would indicate to you that I don't just read the Bible like casually, but like I'm interested in knowing the author's intent and real, you know, theology. But the book, hold on, one more book. I can only grab 4 because they're really big. These books are always so big. When Skeptics Ask by Norman Geisler.
You probably can't see that.
Well, I always pull the covers off. When Skeptics Ask by Norman Geisler. I recommend this to actually any atheist or Christian apologist, because if you're not a Christian anymore, just go and read it, and it'll tell you all the things that are absurd that Christians have to turn themselves into pretzels to defend. And these are the pretzels. And I was the pretzel. I was trying to go through and explain all of the reasons why these very difficult passages in the Bible were actually not absurd. But the thing that actually did it for me, so this is the last book I'll share, I promise, is this one right here. And I am not a scientist. So I remember Lindsay, who I hope she comes back.
Lindsay, I hope you're okay.
Lindsay! So I was reading this book. Hopefully it shows up. Dang, we are using a green screen. It's called The Bible Rocks in Time. So this is an apologetic book by two very well educated. I believe they're both PhD. David Young and Ralph Steerley, both PhD level individuals, basically writing a book about why the Earth looks old, but how it can be possible that the Earth is old when, or why the Earth looks old. Yeah, why the Earth looks so old but is actually young according to the Bible. And I hate to say this, I was literally like, and this is not an easy read. I'm plowing through this thing, and I'm like 3/4 of the way through, and all of a sudden I'm just like, hold on. What if it didn't take this many words to just say that the Earth's freaking old? And I was like, what if? That's all I asked myself. What if? Not, it is. And then all of a sudden, all of these books that I had to read to like make all the other stuff make sense.
Well, once one question kind of cracks the eggshell, then you go back and revisit some of the other questions.
And then it's just like, oh my God, did I just waste 30 years of my life? A little bit. It's kind of what happened. And then furious note taking. So sorry, that was a long story. But you wanted to know the history, worries. So I laid out my cards. There are my cards.
Gotcha.
So you're very, very, very new to this. Can you tell me a little bit about what sparked that for you and how that journey looked, and like how long you were a non-believer or maybe a non-denominational?
I wasn't even Christian. Okay. I didn't even grow up Christian at all. I actually grew up Muslim. So.
Oh, okay.
I came in from that background, a very devout family. We did the whole thing. My mom, covers up her hair, went to pilgrimage to Mecca, prayed 5 times a day, fasting, Ramadan, all that sort of stuff. But for me, I'm 21 years old. So, I feel like everybody goes through this phase where they kind of atheist, agnostic-ish. So I kind of fell out of the faith then. And then my life just... Can I swear on here, by the way?
Yes.
Yeah, we're not on TikTok.
Okay,
yeah,
I just want to get you guys banned.
Or offend us, so
yeah, we're cool.
Okay, yeah. So my life pretty much went to shit, right? And I was
even
like,
consider that a swear.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. So then my life was pretty much in shambles, and I wanted to go back into the religion, but at that point I was more mature, I guess we can say. So I was coming at it more of a. I really wanted to know if the religion was true. So I kept looking into it some more and some more.
And is this still looking into the Muslim religion? Sorry to talk
about
it. I just want to make sure. Okay.
Yeah, I was looking into it for a while, but, the things in there I didn't agree with. But really, when you really get down to the core of the religion, it's kind of like a trust me, bro religion. So, there's not really much substance to the religion or even to the prophet being an actual prophet. So from that point on, I went out and I started looking for more religions, whether it be the Western religions or the Eastern religions. And then, once you get into Christianity, that's a different can of worms. Which sector are you going to get into? And then once I went into all of that, I ended up picking Catholicism. And I was just studying.
How did you get introduced to it, if you don't mind me asking?
I would watch some YouTubers and they were Catholic. So that was my initial introduction. But I knew Catholics were, I kind of knew what they believed in because even though my mom was Muslim, they immigrated over here and she had actually gone to a Catholic school in her home country.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah. So can I interject a question?
Yeah,
because it's interesting to me that you were Muslim and then we're like, you know what? We need to go back. And don't let me put words in your mouth.
Let's just say searching.
Do you feel like that you were going back to more of like the source? Because if Muhammad was like the next prophet as professed in the line of prophets, and correct me if I'm wrong because I am not an expert in Islam, But if like, did you feel like you were like, you know what, I'm going back to the source by going back to Jesus versus like stopping at Muhammad? Is that
No, I was just stuck
the
with
difference?
Muhammad.
Okay.
I just stuck with Muhammad. But the thing is, once you really look at the religion with a critical eye, it all falls apart. And I know some people talk about. I guess one of the more popular reasons people leave would be like the moral issues within the religion. Like the most popular one would be like Aisha, him marrying her, and she was like a 6-year-old.
Yes.
But really,
would
all
agree.
of that, I would say, is still independent of knowing whether somebody is from God or not, because still, even in the Old Testament, you have people doing, immoral acts. So,
Oh yeah. I don't
so
think that
that's
immorality is necessarily confined to one of the religions.
yeah,
It might be
yeah,
different.
right. So I would say that's still independent as to whether or not we can trust whether somebody is from God or not. And one of the ways that we do know is continuity with the previous scriptures, as well as with this person who's bringing us a new covenant being prophesied. And Islam holds to this position, and the Judaism holds to, as well as Christianity. But once you start looking into those with Islam, it all falls apart because the prophet kind of he said he's in the previous scriptures, and he also said he is in continuity. But when you go into the text, he's not in continuity.
So then, how is that different with Christianity? Like, what was it about Christianity after
Catholicism specifically.
Yeah, Catholicism specifically that you were like, you know what, Islam was just like, not the continuity is not there, etc. But Catholicism, boom, that's the thing.
Well,
Like,
at the
what was
core of Catholicism is Jesus Christ. So Jesus Christ is the crux of it. So it's mostly about, is Jesus God or not? And is he who he says he is? Because we believe that as Catholics, us obeying Christ also encompasses obeying the Pope to a certain degree, because he established the church on Peter. But that's a separate thing. But I also remember you guys were talking about why Christianity specifically. And I think I can make a very good case as to why the religion has to be one of the 3 monotheistic religions. It can't be any of the other religions.
I would be interested in hearing that case.
Well, and I'd actually
Hold on. Yeah, wait.
What are the 3? What are the 3?
Are you going to say Christianity, Hinduism, Catholicism?
No,
No, Hinduism is not.
No.
Never mind.
I would say Judaism.
Judaism.
I would say Judaism, at least not rabbinical Judaism. Because
all right, I'm not going to cut hairs, but okay, let's say, why do you think it's those 3?
Why do I think it's one of those 3?
Yeah, why do you think it's a monotheistic thing? Because technically Hindu believes that Brahman is the one God, and that the deities are essentially the life from other things from the one God. So it's sort of like a Trinity thing with like, there's Brahma, which is not Brahman, there's Shiva and Vishnu, who are the Hindu Trinity, but Brahman is everything, and it is truly like almost a Zoroastrianism concept of like the one light, right? Like Ingraminu situation. So I mean, there's been multiple monotheistic religions, but I don't want to derail that. Why do you think that it has to be one of the monotheistic religions?
Well, I think a good starting point for this stuff is logic and reason. Those are the starting points for everything. And even the Catholics themselves, this is dogma that, everybody just simply using their logic and their reason can get to the one true God. And I wholeheartedly believe it. And that's how I was able to get to it.
Yeah, Paul even says that, right? He says everyone has seen. Like, you don't have to go to a Aboriginal tribe in Africa and tell them about Jesus. Everyone has seen because they've seen nature. I mean, that's Paul.
Well, I would still distinguish Jesus from the nature. So, but what I will say is that from nature, you can definitely know the one true God. And then after that, it's simply a matter of divine revelation. Who's bringing you the divine revelation? But of course, you have basic things just using logic and reason. So then you can go ahead and deduce which of the 3 religions you should actually take seriously. Now we have 50,000 different religions now. nobody can actually sit there and go through every single religion, understand the ins and outs of it, to understand whether it's actually true or not.
Okay,
So that's where the logic.
can I back you up for just a step though? Because are you familiar with like the Ugaritic texts?
No, what is that?
Okay, so in around 1177 BC, there was this Bronze Age collapse. It's called the Late Bronze Age collapse. And for anyone watching, they should jot that down. Late Bronze Age collapse. What happened was there was a global crisis, and the terrible thing, I hate to say as a benefit, is that certain cities were just wiped off the map and time stood still. There was like a time capsule. And thanks to modern archaeology, we've discovered like tons of new texts, from the Amarna letters in Egypt to the Ugaritic texts and the Elephantine papyri and all these different things, where we get a better portrayal of what was really going on in like that whole Mesopotamia, Levant region. And one of the things that we learned is that Israel believed that their patron deity was one of the 70 sons of El. And again, take notes on this, do some research. We can definitely have this conversation later, because I'm throwing a bunch of word salad at you right now. But like,
it is interesting.
But like, there were 70 sons or gods of El, the primary deity. That's where we get the word, that's where we get El from the Bible, Elohim. Yahweh was one of the 70 sons. One of the other 70 sons was Baal, which you know from the Bible as Baal, right? And El's consort was Asherah, which we know from the Bible as the Asherah poles, unless you're a King James Version reader, where you know that as the grove.
Common in Catholicism.
Oh yeah, okay, that's good actually. Oh, that's right. Catholicism uses good translations. That's good. Okay, so
look at all our books.
Right, but what I'm saying is like the whole monotheistic concept within Judaism came from the fact that it's sort of like if you have a home football team and that's your team and you're like, go Yahweh, that's our guy. If no one, you know, that whole thing. So
you really wanted to nail a second line.
Damn, I know. I wasn't a cheerleader. But anyways, so they were all like, Yahweh's the one, Yahweh's the one. And then what happened, of course, is when poor Israel gets like beat and battered, because if you look at like ancient history, they're like in the crux of ancient civilization, where it's like you've got Egypt on the south, they don't stand a chance. They've got the Hittites on the north. Oh, then the Hittites get wiped out by the Amorites, and then the Babylonians, and then the Alexander the Great, and then the Romans. Like, you're just getting pummeled all over the place. You have to constantly keep redefining your like ethnicity. And one of the things that the Israelites did was they said, you know who we are at the core? It doesn't matter if we have land or not. We've got Yahweh. That's our God. That's our one God. And really, it was an interesting thing, because had the people not really rallied around finding their ethnic identity around the fact that no matter whether they have a country or land or a city or a temple, they've got their God Yahweh, history would be completely different as it is today. I mean, I'm just throwing that out there as to this whole monotheistic thing, because thousands of years before Yahweh, Hindus believed in Brahman. And thousands of years, I want to say after Brahman, because that's like 20,000 BC, you had Zarathustra, who believed in a one God. And now you're getting into the three monotheistic. Dude, that's like way
I'm
late.
not sticking with... I'm not saying there's only one singular God. That's not the only criteria that we're applying to figure out whether the God is real or not. We still have other things that we're applying, some metaphysical things like existence, for instance, objective truth, things as well like objective morality. These are things that we're applying, and we're also applying the fact that the God has to be one singular uncaused caused. And I think that's one of the Greek philosophers had explained it that way. And it can't be polytheistic. So just doing those filters is going to land you within one of the three.
But how do you know that one of the, how do you know, okay, so what you're telling me, and don't let me put words in your mouth, please correct me. If I'm understanding, you're saying that according to the filters that we can apply in modern society, because we don't care about Hindus, in modern society, we believe that there's Jewish religion, Islam, and Christianity as the only three monotheistic religions in the world, or predominantly. Therefore, one
That
of them
encompass
must be
these
true.
things.
And we don't care about Mormonism either, I assume. They're just dumb.
No,
like Hindu.
nah.
Mormons,
gotta-
You know what's funny?
Mormons and
You know-
You
Hindus
got a
are
good
dumb.
chuckle though. That was cute.
You know what's funny? I was looking into Mormonism before I got into Catholicism, and there's this famous quote from Joseph Smith, and he said, "I am going to be this generation's new Muhammad." So Muhammad, in the year 700, had came in and he said, "Hey guys, I'm prophesizing your text." And then when they go back and they look into it, he's not there. So then Muhammad says, "Your book's been corrupted." So then Joseph Smith is doing the exact same thing with the Christians, and he went into Genesis and he wrote his own prophecy into it. And when they questioned him about it, he said, "Well, your book is corrupted. I have the right one." So that's what I'm getting at. Once you
we
start
haven't
applying
even gotten
these
into the
criterions.
biblical, because I've got as many things as you can throw out about Joseph Smith and Mormonism. I'm going to tip my cards and say I have as many of those things about the Bible. So it's funny to like laugh off Mormonism and laugh off Hinduism because we don't understand it, and just say that there's three monotheistic religions in the world today. But let's pretend like that's true. Let's pretend like there's three monotheistic religions in the world that are true.
Or potentially, like the ones that make the most sense.
You say that they're true because
he's not saying they're all true because he picked one, but what he's saying is I think that they make the most like.
Because the
I
filter
said there's
says
only
monotheism's true.
I said there's only one true God, and it's a matter of who's going to bring us to divine revelation.
Okay.
That's my whole position. Joseph Smith is not going to bring us to divine revelation. Muhammad is not going to bring us to divine revelation. There's only prophets from the Old Testament and the fulfillment of all those stories being Christ. That's what I'm getting at. But still, as I said, Hinduism does not encompass the things that I just said to you.
What do you mean?
Like when
he
I
gave
said,
us this list of criteria, and I don't want to misrepeat.
Yeah, I said we have one singular uncaused cause.
Brahman.
And sorry?
Brahman in Hindu is called Brahman.
It's
the first of the four cycles. We're in the fourth cycle right now. 4.32 million years. Someone in chat, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think it's 4.32.
Yeah, this is like a prerequisite for us to even open the book of the Hindus. That's what I'm getting at. So
like before you would even like look
before you even look into it, because what I'm saying, my argument here is that you have thousands of different religions. You cannot go through every single one of them and dissect them in order to understand whether or not they're true or not.
So
because
you just
by the time
pick the three most popular ones.
No, I said I'm going with the standards that we're using, and I derive them from logic and reason.
Okay.
That's what I'm getting at, because you have thousands of religions. If I go through maybe 20 of them, I'll be dead before I hit the 20th one. That's what I'm getting at, because there's just so much detail in there. You can't go through every single religion to deduce which one is the right one.
Or at least not like with a deep, full understanding.
Yes, that's why we have our logic and reason, so then we can deduce them. For instance, you can't have a polytheistic religion. That just doesn't even make any sense. So
it does to people who believe in them.
True, but again, we're using logic and reason to figure out whether or not.
So what are they using?
What are they using?
The people who believe in polytheistic religions.
I don't believe their religion makes sense.
But that wasn't the question. Those people truly believe in their religion.
I think they're following tradition. I would say that.
So I would say the same for you, because I think that your religion doesn't make sense, and I feel like you're following a tradition, especially when you just said we're picking the three most popular kids because they're the most three popular monotheistic religions traditionally. And I'm going to go that it's one of those three traditionally popular kids.
Josh, I never said that, Josh. I'm not even saying open the Old Testament. I never said open the Old Testament.
Do you believe in the Old Testament?
I do believe in the Old Testament. I believe in the New Testament, and I believe Jesus is God. But all of that is still, that's proceeds from us believing in a God. If we don't believe in a God, there's no point in even opening the Old Testament. That's
So
my
how
position.
can we know that the Christian God is the real God? Because there's so many errors in the New Testament and Old Testament in the theology and just the whole concept of the tradition that I can't believe in Christianity. So I guess we're coming full circle back. Like, why should we believe that the Christian God and the Christian faith is the real one?
Okay, so I can answer that question, but I just want to make sure you guys understand how I got to these one of the three.
Yeah,
does that make sense?
Yeah, that's so. Yeah.
And will you give me your list again? You talked about an uncaused cause, and I believe you talked about
Objective morality.
Yes, that one I definitely want to come back to.
Telos, which is purpose, pretty much purpose in life. Existence and objective truth.
Okay, those are the reasons you believe that the Christian God is real,
Or you
And
believe that the
theistic
Christian
religions.
God fulfills those.
I will grant you that there's a God. Can you tell us why the Christian God is the one that checks all those boxes, whereas the other deities do not?
They don't teach these things. They don't encompass all these things.
So can you start at the first one? Because I don't know how you're defining those categories.
A singular uncaused cause being
Right. Ex nihilo type of situation.
Right. So you just have one singular creator.
Okay. So what
And
about
he's not
what about
dependent on
Brahman?
creation.
That was always eternal. That has always been there. How is that different than your God?
Because Brahman does not include the other things that I listed off.
Okay, go ahead with the next thing then, and let's work our way down.
Objective morality.
Okay, so what if Brahman says this is right, and it's also an eternal mind? How is that different than your God? And what, by the way, which source are you using? Are you using the Yahwistic source, the priestly source, or the Elohim source? Like, what do you call your God? Like, is it Yahweh or just God? Like, I don't want to misrepresent, essentially.
This is independent of God's name, so you can just say God.
God. Okay, got you. So God or Allah or Brahman or, take your pick of any other, top of the food chain, El, in the Canaanite, theology, they made rules too and said this is the lay of the land, and that's their objective morality. How is their morality better or worse than your God morality?
What do you mean? Are you referring to
saying that the Christian
morality?
Bibles? You're saying that the Christian Bible's morality is the one true morality, but I would say that Brahman in the Vedas, in the Bhagavad Gita, was like also objectively moral and had truths that are as objectively moral or better than your gods, because we can't pin down a name of Yahweh or Elohim.
I said everything that I've said so far, I have not touched the Old Testament. So this is independent of God's name.
So we should just throw the Old Testament out.
No, I'm saying this is a meta level question. This is independent of the book. Because in order for me to open up Deuteronomy and start reading it and believing it, I have to believe there is a God, and there's only one God.
Okay, so then what's the next level? Because so far, Brahman checks off the first two. Let's go with the third.
Purpose in life.
Dude, all of the gods and all the freaking Odin has purpose in life for people. And I'm going back to Hinduism because it's just fresh on my brain here, but dude, Dharma, like literally they created the caste system. Are you
I never
kidding
said
me
that.
right now?
I never said.
What's the next one? I'm done with 3. Let's go to 4. Let's go to 4.
I never said that.
We don't want to bore people. We're on checklist number 4. Okay, go to 4. What's number 4?
Existence. Presuming existence. That's a metaphysical claim that we're applying.
Okay, so you're saying that the Christian God is the real God because we exist?
No, these are the presuppositions that we're making, so then we can actually go into the religion.
Okay, I
Analyze it, and make
presuppose
sure
that we
actually
exist.
text these
I
things
will
out.
grant you that we exist. What's the fifth? What's the fifth checkbox?
Objective truth.
Objectively, your God is right while Brahman is wrong. Got it.
As
Okay,
in there is a truth that we're all seeking. That's what I'm getting at.
What? Okay.
And then the fifth one, we have it has to be it can't be a deistic God.
It can't be a deistic God? Can you explain what you mean by that?
Yeah, as in obviously you have some religions where God created everything and he's no longer involved within creation. The God has to sustain creation in order for creation to continue to exist.
Why?
Or else he wouldn't even be able to exist.
Why?
And what do you mean?
What if a God created everything and then just pieced out?
Then we wouldn't be able to sustain.
Why?
Creation would not be able to sustain.
I could create an ecosystem and put organisms in the ecosystem as a God and make it. Wait, are you saying God's not all powerful?
Why are you putting words in my mouth, Josh?
No,
I
okay,
never said
that was
anything.
the question.
Let me ask you a question, Thomas. Is God all powerful?
Sure.
Can he create a system where things can self-sustain if he pieces out for 200 quadrillion years?
God is sustaining the universe. And a good analogy.
That wasn't the question, Thomas. And we will drop you if you start being dishonest. Use your brain. Being dishonest. We know
so the
you're here.
question was, could he create
Could he do
that
it?
way?
Is he all powerful? Because I think your fifth box needs reworked.
I don't think so at all. I mean, I was just going to give you an analogy.
Okay,
so then you
go
can
for
understand
the analogy.
Where I'm coming from.
We're here for the analogy.
I mean, think of it sort of like a stovetop oven, and you have a pot on it with water.
Okay.
What I'm getting at here is that when you turn it on to high, the water is boiling. To sustain the boiling, you need the heat that's coming in. And that heat is God's energy to sustain it. So the God is involved in creation to sustain everything. That's what I'm getting at. But the deists say you can just turn it off and the water is going to keep boiling.
I have a question.
Go ahead. See, I just want to be honest with you guys. I'm being very blunt as to like my criteria that I'm applying, because I don't believe you can come at this from an emotional thing. I think in order to actually believe in a religion, you need to be able to back it up. So I'm just showing you guys everything that I'm applying.
Is God powerful enough that he could create a stove that has a temperature sensor to make sure that the water stays boiling at a consistent temperature? But that's not all. Is God powerful enough that he could create a water filtering system so that the water could filter into the pot? Or maybe he's even more powerful. Maybe God can create water. Maybe God can continue to have water at a level using computer technology to know exactly how much H2O needs to go inside of that pot to sustain itself for all eternity. Is it possible for a God to create a universe where he could, like, away from keyboard for an undetermined amount of time, because a day to God's like 1,000 years,
right,
and not be involved because, you know what, he's just got other shit to do? Sorry for cursing again.
Hey, it's your channel. I mean, I was asking you guys about the cursing.
It's cool. But what I'm saying is, what are your thoughts on that? I'm
saying you can 100% come up with these different scenarios using logic, but you're still going to need God to sustain the energy that's causing the thing that's the stove to keep going.
All right, so I think we have our answer. I think we've landed where we need to land. We do have another caller in the box. Devin, this is your wake-up call if you've been sleeping because we've been ignoring you. But Thomas, you were a fan.
Well, I don't think we've quite gotten anywhere yet. Hold on.
Okay.
I'm not done with Thomas. Thomas and I, at the very beginning, he wanted examples of problematic passages that also helped me leave the faith. Do you want to go over one or two of those, or do you want to save it for another time?
Yeah, I have time.
Okay. Let's do. Is it Deuteronomy 22?
We can do two. Do two. Sorry, I shouldn't.
You said Deuteronomy?
Yes.
I'm going to pull it up on mine. Do you know what the chapter and verses?
Yeah, we'll pull it up.
Let me see here. I'm going to pull it up. It's, I think it's the 21. Oh, wait, no, that's stoning your kids to death. Hold on. And my, hold on, screen just powered off. Whenever my refrigerator resets. Okay. Deuteronomy 22. I don't know that, dude. I think it's Leviticus.
No, it's the one about the wedding night and the bloody sheep.
Oh, that one. Sorry, I was looking at a different one. My bad. Okay, hold on. Oof, that's a good one too. Dang. Sorry, there's so many good ones here. Oh, okay. I went too far because I thought she was thinking about something else. See, this is where. Okay, here we go. Yep, Deuteronomy 20. Why do I, Thomas?
Listen to your wife sometimes, people.
Listen to your wife. Why do I even ask
Is it
questions?
Deuteronomy or?
Yep.
I'm kind of confused what it is.
22:13.
Okay.
And actually, I'm going to go ahead and just go Deuteronomy 22 in general because I'm a context person. I don't like when people are like cherry picking verses. I never went to churches like that. And when anyways, I have thoughts about those. Okay. Sharing my screen. Share screen. Deuteronomy. Share. Okay, so do you want to provide the context, Adele, or do you want me to just?
One second. So, well, yeah, pull it up if you can. Sorry, the potato dog needed potatoed.
This is Gracie, by the way.
Hey, Gracie.
She's a very good dog. She's very old.
She's old and blind.
She's old and blind. She was a product of many versions of breedings.
She's not intelligently designed.
She's not.
Anyway.
She's not finely tuned. But we love her anyway. Okay. Let's go. Blah 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 blah.
I think it's
We're
go
talking
closer
about-
to 13.
Yeah. Okay. Here we go.
So part of the reason that this one really bothers me is that we talk about an all-knowing and a just God. And this particular passage and the things that God says and instructs to be done, it just doesn't go together for me. If you can, go ahead and read it.
All right. So it says, suppose a man. So this is a law in Deuteronomy. This is one of the Mosaic laws. Okay. So it says, suppose a man marries a woman, but after going into her, dislikes her. Obviously, we know that means has sex with her. And makes up charges against her, slandering her by saying, I married this woman, but when I lay with her, I did not find evidence of her virginity. Okay, that's an issue. And I will say, of course, there's a lot of laws pertaining to like the bride price and making sure she's a virgin, etc. when you are
Correct.
with a woman for the first time in marriage. The father of the young woman and her mother shall then submit the evidence of the young woman's virginity to the elders of the city at the gate. The father of the young woman shall say to the elders, super embarrassingly, I gave my daughter in marriage to this man, but he dislikes her, and now he has made up charges against her, saying, I did not find evidence of your daughter's virginity, but here is the evidence of my daughter's virginity. They shall spread out the cloth, which, by the way, for those not familiar with this custom, what would happen is the Jewish people would have a tent. So after the marriage ceremony, they would go into the tent and consummate the marriage, and the people would be around. So they'd be in the tent, so it's not like super pervy, but like
a little.
You're not escaping the tent, right? We know what's happening in the tent. You're consummating the marriage. It says, I did not find evidence of your daughter's virginity, but here is the evidence of my daughter's virginity. And then the mother and the father they shall spread out the cloth before the elders of the town. The elders of the town shall take the man and punish him. They shall fine him 100 shekels of silver, which they shall give to the young woman's father, because he has slandered a virgin of Israel. She shall remain his wife. He shall not be permitted to divorce her as long as he lives. If, however, the charge is true, meaning that the sheet does not have blood on it, so if there's no blood on the sheet, then that evidence of the young woman's virginity was not found. Then they shall bring the young woman out of the entrance of her father's house, and the men of the town shall stone her to death. Which that really sucks, man. If the guy lies, it's like, bro, you're getting charged shekels, you son of a bitch. But if the woman, oh, you didn't bleed, you're getting stoned, not in the good way, to death. And messed up. Because she committed a disgraceful act in Israel by prostituting herself in her father's house. So you shall purge this evil from your midst. Anyways, I'm going to let you take it from there.
I mean, I've got a couple issues with this passage, but one, are you familiar with it? And two, do you have any initial thoughts?
No. What are your thoughts?
Well, I've got a couple thoughts. One, whether or not this test is a fair test, clearly the repercussions are not fair because the man gets fined and the woman gets killed, right?
Mm-hmm.
But secondly, do you realize that there are issues with the bloody sheet test?
What do you mean?
Do you believe that you can test a woman's virginity on her wedding night by a bloody sheet?
Do I believe it's immoral to do it? Is that your question?
No, do you believe that you can truly test a woman's virginity on her wedding night with a bloody sheet?
This is actually a scientific question, in case you do want to Google this real quick.
I haven't Googled it. So I don't know. But if it's in scripture, I would say, yeah, sure. You can.
Okay, well,
I'll take the
scripture
affirmative.
says yes. So according to you, Thomas, and I'm not putting words in your mouth, I'm just saying what you're saying. You believe that if a woman doesn't bleed on her wedding night or her first time having sex, that she was not a virgin. So if there's folks in the chat that
hey, women in the chat, did you all bleed on your wedding night? Put a 1.
Or your first time having sex.
Yeah, on your first time having sex.
Right,
Put a 1 if you did, 2 if you didn't. Turns out that less than 50% of women bleed the first time they have sex.
It's around 42-43% of women bleed the first time because there's things that can happen, and we know about this, right? That's why women rode side saddle, right?
Because other things can
happen
break the hymen.
Your hymen. But that was the. Anyways, go ahead.
So the point is, 1, it's unfair overall. 2, it's scientifically inaccurate. Yet entire laws are made based on this protocol, which kind of seems to me like it's more just like what men at the time thought was supposed to happen. So I have kind of issues with that, where it says that that's what God told us to do, but he's supposed to know everything, and he created women and their bodies.
I don't get it. Is there a question?
No, I'm explaining what my issue is. My issue is that this God is supposed to know everything and have created us, but he doesn't understand that less than half of us bleed the first time we have sex, and creates a lot of kill us if we don't.
Do you have a problem with that, or is that just cool with your God and you?
No, I want to know what moral standards you're applying on this God.
Is that good to you, to kill people for something that isn't true and that they can't control?
I never said that I have a problem with this. I want to know what standard you're applying.
You
on this
asked me
God.
to illustrate to you some of the passages that I had problems with. This is a passage I have problems with. 1, it is scientifically inaccurate. 2, the God is supposed to know everything and have created me. 3, the punishment is unjust regardless of whether or not that's true. Does that not bother you?
So how do you know that it's unjust? That would be the question that I would ask.
Because if 42% of women don't bleed the first time, but every woman who's brought in front of the parents and doesn't have a bloody sheet gets stoned, that's pretty unjust.
Do you think that that's just?
Do you think you should stone me because I didn't bleed the first time I had sex?
Okay, well, I'm not going to make it personal with you guys.
Well,
But you said that you have a problem with this, right?
correct.
And I'm asking you, what standard are you applying on this God to tell him that he's wrong?
Because that's
Because
gross.
it doesn't make sense.
Oh, okay. I mean, it made sense to them.
To the
No,
men
the men in
that
the
wrote
tribe.
this passage,
and
but
the
how would it
priests
make
that
sense
wrote
to a
it,
God who knew
I'm guessing the
everything?
girl that got stoned it didn't make a lot of sense to. I mean, prove me wrong.
Yeah,
I could be
look,
wrong.
guys.
You know, I'm sure she was also cool with it, dude.
My question here is, what standard are you applying on the God?
Logic.
And reason. I think you said logic and reason. But we
Sure,
were picking
I
the
agree.
top 3 popular kids.
I was not picking the top 3 popular kids. I was
You're
open to
picking
all of them. Absolutely not. Yeah, again, well, I can make an accounting for logic and reason. So I'm saying, if you don't have a God, what moral compass are you applying to this passage?
Whether or not this makes sense to do
In
to someone.
chat.
Do you know if it's right?
Is it
to
right
stone
to
someone
kill
for
someone for
is-
something they scientifically did wrong? And Thomas, let's pretend, let's presuppose when you were an atheist, okay? Because you were an atheist for a lot of your life.
No, it was
More
Muslim.
agnostic.
Agnostic or Muslim.
Agnostic period between.
Yeah. Okay. Let's test how much of an asshole you were. When you were an atheist, unsolace, doomed for hell person, would you have killed a woman unscientifically because of a bloody sheet test, or would you have let her live?
Let's assume I were to do the former. Can you tell me
what's the
why?
former? Sorry.
The first thing.
Kill them?
The first thing.
Kill them.
Yeah.
Kill them.
Why should I not do it?
Because that's bad.
But what standard? Where are you getting this thing that you're saying is bad?
Because I don't want to
in order
kill
to
people
apply it
for
to me?
something that isn't
So
true.
what he's doing is
You're trying to say that I can't have morals because of
it's
God.
the objective morality and
Yeah.
and
what I'm saying is I can clearly tell that this is bad.
Thomas, do you understand reach back into your former atheist mind? Do you realize how you're not reaching any non-Christian right now? Because all of the Christians are going to say, yes, Thomas, you're right. The only way to believe in what's real is to believe in the fantasy God in the sky. And then and then the real people that don't believe in the fantasy God in the sky are saying, why do I have to believe a fantasy God in the sky to know that killing a woman because of scientific ridiculousness is bad? I don't have to believe in a fantasy God in the sky to know that punching someone in the face on the street randomly is bad. And you're like,
why should I
not
know?
Do only the Sky Daddy can tell you punching people in the face is wrong.
So Thomas, do you need to be diagnosed with cancer to know that you don't want to have cancer?
Sorry, what?
Do you need to be diagnosed with cancer and suffer from it to know that you don't want to have cancer?
No.
Why?
Because he believes in God.
If you're asking me, it's because I just don't want those feelings.
Exactly. And I don't want to be killed for not bleeding as a virgin.
That
100%. However, the issue is you guys are the ones that have a problem with this. And what I
have a problem with stoning people on their freaking wedding night. This is atrocity.
Yes, I do have a problem.
Your God is sick, dude.
That is why
if this is objective morality, get it the hell out of this planet. Go to
I said,
God.
How do you know what's immoral? That's what I said.
It just got animated there. Sorry.
Yeah, don't get banned on YouTube, guys. What I'm saying is, what standard are you applying to the God? And where do you get this standard from?
Well,
and
you
how do
told
I know
me
that
he was supposed to be all knowing, but he doesn't know that all women don't bleed when they're virgins.
So
You
I
told
would,
me he's
You
supposed
guys
to be
don't believe in a
just.
God, so I'm asking you why.
Logic
But
and
these are
reason.
Is this
the
a
standards
I'd
that
say
you
logic.
apply to your God, Thomas.
Yeah, you're asking two different
So what
questions.
I'm saying is I'm applying those standards to your God, and then I'm looking at the text and I'm not seeing all-knowing. I'm not seeing just. I'm not seeing kindness. I'm seeing
Kind of an asshole and a dumbass.
unjust killing. In one passage, this was one passage.
Yeah.
I can
Okay,
still take
so
those standards and apply them to the God that the book gives me, even if I don't believe in that God. I could take those standards and apply it to Lord Voldemort and say that man is evil, right? That doesn't mean I believe Voldemort is real. That means I can take standards and apply them to a character and determine, is this good? Is this bad?
But
and
Thomas,
I can know what good and bad
But
is.
Thomas, if you believe, because you picked one of the three most popular kids, which one of them being Voldemort, is good, and you said Voldemort's the one because I checked all of my filters, even though number 5 didn't make any sense, and I'm picking Voldemort, and Voldemort does some horrific shit, then you are still wrong, even though you say, well, you're wrong because Voldemort is objectively right. Therefore, everything Voldemort says is right. Thomas, can I ask you a question?
Sure, go ahead.
If God, like when he did with the Midianites, said that you are to kill every male, female child except the virgins, and those you're supposed to take as war brides.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the way that you're supposed to handle this war. And you were a general in his war. You were an Israelite general, and he commanded you to do that. Would you take the virgin girls and kill every man, woman, boy, and girl, and wife, or whatever that slept with men or were just male? Would you follow God's orders because, like Voldemort, he's the number one supreme deity that you follow? Would you do that?
If God were to ask me that, sure.
Okay.
Well, that tells me what I need to know. We are going to move on to Devin. I'm going to go potty real quick.
Thomas, though, I appreciate your
I still have
honesty.
a question for you guys.
Actually, I will
I still
say
have
to
a
answer
question
the
for you
I'll
guys.
answer the question. She's going to the restroom, and I'll answer the question. Go ahead.
Well, the whole point here is the standard, the criteria by what we know something is good and not good is God. So if
Why?
God were to tell me,
Why?
what are you talking about?
What if God's not real?
What? We're presupposing God's existence because I'm a Catholic.
Why are you
and you're an
presupposing
atheist.
God's existence?
Because that's my position.
But what if he's not?
That's
You
why I
realize
went through the
you're
criteria.
arguing from a non-platform. You're saying, I'm presupposing God is real and God is Voldemort. And Voldemort wants me to murder all the Midianites and take their daughters that are virgins as war brides. Therefore, why wouldn't I? And I'm saying, dude, Voldemort, one, is a fucking story. It's Harry Potter shit. Why would I, one, believe in Voldemort and worship him as a god, and two, do anything that Psycho says? And you're like, well, because Voldemort's God, because I'm a Harry Potter freak. Dude, you made no
I never
point
said
and
any
no
of this.
case. I'm sorry. You just argued for Voldemort. Now,
I
do
never
want you
said
to
any
come
of
back.
this. Josh, I think it's fair for you to let me speak.
Okay, go ahead.
I said I get my morality from God. That's what I said.
Your God.
When I
yes.
said,
There's other
when I
gods out
said-
there, you pretentious asshole. Go ahead.
All right, well, if you're just going to resort to name calling, I'm just going to get off.
Okay. You just resorted to saying that women should be stoned because they don't bleed on their wedding night. So we tried to actually let you gracefully bow out after that situation. Wow. That was wild. That was wild. I resorted to name calling. I had a name call.
Oh,
I'm
no.
sorry. I said pretentious asshole
I
because
tried really
he only
hard.
believed that his God was the real God, and he continued to defend the Voldemort position.
Yeah.
Oh man, when people really when people are adamant about their God being like real when their God is evil,
Well, when you asked me to show you a passage that I had a problem with, and then refused to address it, and then flat out say, if God asked me to, it's okay? Like, I heard that,
Well, he
right?
said he'd take the war brides.
Right. If God said take a war bride, I'd take a war bride. Man,
Ooh, I don't know. That's good. Honestly, letting the heart rate calm down.
Yeah.
I say we
Good.
bring up Devin.
Yeah, Devin has been patient.
Let me actually.
I
I'm gonna
believe that Devin is
refill.
going to be a very honest interlocutor.
I agree. I'm gonna remove. I'm gonna have you read. Maybe scroll up in the chats and read for a second. I'm gonna refill my water here. Thanks, buddy.
Josh Stranded really likes calling you out, saying that you don't know what you actually believe. He has mentioned multiple times on this very stream what he did believe, why he doesn't believe. We brought out 4 books indicating what cracked his shell. I don't tell him what to think, and he doesn't tell me what to think. That doesn't work that way. Portray your point, please. Sorry, I'm just trying to see if there was anything. This is not AI. I'm right here.
This is AI. I'm AI.
I'm a robot.
I'm AI. She's real.
He could be AI. He kind of looks AI. He's a little too perfect.
Wow. Yeah. Nope.
Oh, yeah. So, anyway, that was interesting. We will become new believers that think that you can take war brides, which we all know we're
interested to know if there are any folks in the chat that weren't Christians before the conversation, but now are Christians because of Thomas. Please throw one in the chat. There's got to be some converts. Come on, let's see a 1. Somebody got converted in the chat. Jesus saved me from hell. Well, Thames Childs, you're already converted, obviously. Okay, sorry.
Anyway.
Okay, so Devin, we are going to bring you up.
Thank you for waiting so long.
Thank you for waiting patiently. Here we go.
I thought that started as a really honest conversation.
No, I think it stayed honest. I don't think that Thomas ever deviated from being honest. I just think that it got passionate and interesting, which is fantastic. That's why we do this. Devin, sorry. Are you over the age of 18?
Yeah.
All right. And do you believe in the Christian God?
Yes.
Okay, awesome.
Well, thank you for waiting and being patient.
Thank you for
waiting.
Do you
have a place you want to start?
Well, first, I want to kind of take a deep breath with everybody and let that animosity of all that kind of
Agreed.
settle.
Agreed.
Thank you.
Because
yeah, totally.
one piece that I'm sure you guys hear it all the time into this, but I'm not here to argue with anger and frustration, and so
neither are we. That is not our
and I've seen that. I've understood that by listening to a few people here.
Oh, thank you. So I appreciate
my
it.
My main piece that we need to kind of lay down here is that no matter what you guys say, no matter what I say, we're all still going to believe what we believe because we have our own.
Yeah, that's
beliefs
very
inside
likely
of our
true.
heads, and that right, and we're all allowed to believe that.
Agreed.
One big piece I wanted to touch on was the simple fact of just the simple word of covenants. And different laws that the world inside of these stories through especially the Old Testament, because Thomas kept using the word standard, and standard to me really comes down to the law that was being held at that time. For instance, right now, abortion is a very big thing in our laws because of what's in the world right now. But I think the idea that if I followed God and Jesus, that I believe I should go murder women who are not virgins when they said they were virgins or anything along those contexts.
Or even in general, right? Like, even if I lied about my virginity, does that warrant death sentence?
Well, if you did, we would be right now. And so therefore we would be in a whole different world of law because we're living in our world right now. Therefore, yes, you are correct in this world. The same way, though, if do you guys have daughters or kids or anything like that?
We
Mhm.
have 2 children.
So if someone wanted to be evil and hurt those children, it's not right to justify that, or do you have feelings to justify that in any way?
Yeah, no, I would probably hurt someone who tried to hurt my children.
Okay, so in this world, it's okay to hurt somebody if they hurt you,
But
but you
I'm a
can't just hurt them
human,
for
I'm
no
not a
reason.
god.
I
And I'm
know,
protecting.
and that right there
Sorry,
is the
sorry. I'm not trying to
standard.
get ahead of your point. I'm just trying to make sure I'm following.
And
No,
she's
you actually,
answering honestly. Like, is that the right thing to do? I would say repaying evil for evil is probably not the right thing. Is that the emotional probably thing that a person might do? I mean, you know,
I
that's a
mean, I
right, and
think
so
that most people would defend their family if needed.
correct, and so we're okay. I mean, I know a lot of men generally because I have a lot of daughters. I have 5 daughters myself,
Oh,
and
wow.
big
I can
W.
tell you right now, I would murder anybody that wanted to
Yeah.
hurt my kids.
No questions asked.
Yeah, no questions asked.
Yeah.
But I say that out of the love for my daughter, not the
Right.
hate for that other person. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Yeah, that
So-
other person could never, ever bother me.
That's a good philosophical.
That other person would never, ever bother me if they're not trying to come hurt someone.
I wouldn't even know that other person. But yeah, the second they step in on that, then all of a sudden, yeah, that's a good point.
$5?
Yes. So
That's
my,
awesome.
my feelings aren't towards that person. My feelings are for the care and love that I have for the hurt and pain my daughter had felt in that moment. Right.
That's
and,
fair.
And honestly,
Yeah.
if we're going to be realistic, it's as a father, it's the failure as a father I made to allow her to be in that position. Right. But that's my anger for those emotions, not that other person. Because like you just said, I don't know that other person. I don't even know his
Right.
name. I just know that he did something wrong. And wrong
Right.
means that I have feelings towards it. So my whole catch into this is I look at that from my point of view in this world today because I know that that's a reality in this world today. The realities of, especially that Deuteronomy verse that we were talking about, the realities of that world in that time period is not the same realities we're living by right now. And so, first of all, the scientific thought against the cloth and everything, well, science wasn't a thing. Science was not even thought of. There
And
was
I don't
no
disagree
technology.
with you if we're talking about man to man, but this was a law that God gave. Shouldn't God know better?
So, okay, so in that theory, you're saying that God should know everything, therefore we should all be perfect by a Christian view,
No,
right?
I'm saying that if God created the law that says stone her on her wedding night if she doesn't bleed, God should know whether or not a woman's going to bleed on her wedding night every time.
Right.
I'm
so
not
are we
talking about the
applying,
men of the time who had a law frame in place where they stoned people because they didn't understand. Like that, of course, we have to give an allowance for that. That doesn't
Right.
make it better or worse. That just means it was what it was. And today we know better and we don't do that. I'm talking about a God, not a man.
So, right. So what I'm saying is that if the God created those laws for that period of time, like you just said, and we have to give credit to that, then are we applying that same law today? Because I don't know any Christians that are applying that law today, I guess is the point I'm trying to make in this specific conversation.
But technically, according to God, we should be.
Because it said it in the Old Testament?
And because Jesus came back in the New Testament and said, follow these laws forever.
Right. Follow these laws as examples of the old covenants.
No,
that
not
I
a
have
jot
made
or a tittle
true.
of this law shall pass. They are not too hard for you. You should follow them forever.
Right. So this would be you taking your own, well, I'm not saying you specifically, but anybody who doesn't see it that way is taking their own interpretation of it, which we all
Well, I'm
have to
just
do with the
actually
Bible,
just reading
no
the
matter
words.
what. Well, right. But if you read the words, I hate you, well, who are we talking about? I, and who's the you? You have to interpret that in your own feelings, in your own minds. And even though you just read it, you just read the words, but you still have to interpret those words. You have to take your own feelings, emotion, and logic and apply those to them to verify what you're hearing and what you're reading.
And so when I do that and it says that God says to do something atrocious, then what?
So when does God say to do something atrocious?
Well, if that last verse wasn't bad enough, we could pick up another one.
Well, okay, let's stick on that one because that is a very harsh verse there. Again, though, where does God tell us to do that in today's covenant? In the New Testament covenant, where does God tell us to do that?
Well, first of all, once he tells us to do it, he never tells us not to do it.
He did, though, by Jesus coming
No.
to the planet.
Jesus did not come to abolish the law. He came to fulfill it.
What? To fulfill what?
The law. If I fulfill the law, that means I'm buckling my seatbelt every day because that's what the law tells me to do. He did not come to abolish
Right.
it.
What law? What law was fulfilled?
All of them.
Should we go to the scripture? Are you comfortable going to the Bible?
Well, we can, but I really want to stick on this scripture that we're talking about, this specific point.
Which
here.
we can do.
It's Numbers 23:19.
No, we're
About
on Deuteronomy
abolishing?
22.
Oh, yeah. I mean,
Because
if you want to
the
stay on the bloody sheet
Yeah.
one, we can stay on the bloody sheet one. Yeah. But I
Right.
think what you're meaning is don't let me put words in your mouth, but what I think I'm understanding you're saying, and correct me if I'm wrong, is that when Jesus showed up on the scene, walking on water, he said that old law, man, now it's the new law. It's the new covenant. It's love your neighbor as yourself. It's turn the other cheek. It's the New Testament vibes, right? We got like love above, the law type of thing. And these Pharisees, they're hateful. These Pharisees, man, they're trying to cramp everyone's style. And so what you're saying is like the New Testament's bringing in like this new era of like love and like, getting rid of the law. You don't need to circumcise if you're reading Paul. Screw the foreskin. We're cool no matter what. It's all about the spirit, not about the flesh. Am I right? Don't let me put words in your mouth.
I guess the gist. It
sounded a little hippie. It sounded hippie the way I
yes, I was just gonna say the tonage and kind of the way you said it. No, you're right. It did sound a little hippie. But
okay.
But essentially, I mean, you were hitting points. I don't think you hit all of them dead on. But yeah, I mean, you're getting close to what I'm saying.
Okay.
Except for the fact that it didn't just clear all of that stuff. It closed those off in that book that they were and created a new law. Therefore, that law that you're saying Jesus came and fulfilled, he fulfilled the law to wash everyone clean of their sins, not to
and I think
clean,
that's
not
the verse
to.
that we were wanting to go to because I disagree.
So
Okay, well, so can I finish? Can I?
Yeah,
can I
yeah,
finish,
yeah.
bro?
Yes,
I'm sorry, I didn't
absolutely.
mean that like aggressively. I just wanted
No,
to.
and I didn't mean
You're good.
aggressive either.
You're
Go
good.
ahead.
You had asked if he was coming to fulfill the law. That's what he was made to. That's what the story says he was coming for, right? Okay, but the law that you're going to is the law of the bloody sheet verse. I'm not talking
that was
about
the one
that
we
law.
were
Is
on.
closed.
It's one of them. It's one of the Mosaic laws.
Right, but that law is done and over with. That was done and over with once you move forward. And so, like,
Can you give
that's
me
what
a
I'm-
verse where that one was done and over with?
Say again?
Can you give me a verse in the New Testament or the Old Testament where that Mosaic law? So I'm gonna give you context because I'm not gonna set you up to fail here. When Jesus was speaking with the Pharisees, he was specifically addressing the oral law. So there were two different things that were happening around the 1st century CE. And that was the birth of rabbinic Judaism, where you had Pharisees that were starting to create laws inside of laws. Now, the problem was they had the Torah, which had the Mosaic law. And what happened was now that they were outside of a community where they could have a temple and these things that they were, doing for all these hundreds of years before, they were creating more laws in between, like subcontext laws. And Jesus hated that. Like, according to the Gospels, and whether or not there's a Q that Jesus actually said certain things, he was vehemently against this oral law. You can't add or take away from the Mosaic law. The Mosaic law is God's law, and if you add to it, you are sinning. If you take from it, you're sinning. In fact, Jesus took the Mosaic law and ratcheted it up, right? Because he said the whole thing where it's like, no. It's not just thou shalt not murder. If you look at someone with anger in your heart, that's the same as murder. It's not just you shalt not take your neighbor's wife. But if you look at another woman with lust, it's the same thing. He's taking the Mosaic law and he's like doubling down on it. And then, of course, he says in Matthew, which we'll get to that verse where he says, not one jot, no one tittle of the law will be scratched away. He's not removing the Old Testament law. He's saying the Pharisees shouldn't be adding to the Old Testament law. You should keep it in its purest state. And if anything, take it to the next level. But I'll let you speak on that.
Well, that was kind of a few different tangents there, but
I do rant, so I will backtrack, and I will never. I hate that because I hate it when people say like 4 points and it's like, okay, go back to number 1, erase the seconds 2 through 4. I'll go number 1.
So, I guess this really the biggest, and this kind of goes back to what I started with, that we are all going to believe what we want no matter what, and
Of course.
this
Or what
all
we're
comes down
convinced
to convinced. Okay, so that's really where I'm getting with this. Is
Yeah,
everything
because
that you
like I
just
might
said.
want to believe in heaven, but I'm not convinced in
I don't
heaven.
want to burn in hell for all eternity.
And I get that. And what I guess what I'm getting at is, and I don't mean this in a rude way, but in your rant, I hear your, I guess, convictions, if you will, right? I hear things that you've taken in and that you have taken as, it's convincing. It's convincing to you, that makes you look at it from a different view. That to me, though, is the piece that, as long as people sit on a screen and talk with each other, we're never going to get to this, because it's not between me and you, but it's the faith that you have inside of something bigger than you that your brain is not capable of understanding. And that, I know that to someone specifically, like what I can tell you feel like a lot of the times, that sounds like a stupid little story.
But I've been on your side of the fence, and that's the difference. So like I believed, I saw, I heard, I felt Jesus Christ. Felt, heard, saw, spoke to, with an entity named Jesus Christ and the Holy Spirit. Now, I didn't believe that Mary was that's Catholic bullshit.
Yeah, Mary's, don't even get me started on Catholicism.
Don't even fucking start on that. But I believed in Jesus, I believed in the Holy Spirit, and I had serious conversations with these people, and I believed in them wholeheartedly. So I will say that just because you believe and feel something wholeheartedly, just like in India, someone that believes in Vishnu wholeheartedly, just like a Muslim believes in Allah wholeheartedly. You can't say that just because you believe in something wholeheartedly that it's real. The problem is you do have to at some point step out of your body and look at what's actually contextually real to know what, because here's the question. Do you want to just believe in what's real, or do you want to believe in what feels good or it feels real to you, or do you want to believe in what's actually true?
Well, I think that comes down to what I can prove is true, and nobody can prove any of these religions are true. And that's really what a lot of these conversations come down to. I actually saw a huge argument the other day that someone said, well, prove Jesus is real. And the guy goes, well, prove George Washington was real. Why, you're going to show me a picture? Well, okay, but how do I know that's George Washington? Right? And so you get down to this point. I guess really, you just actually sparked a whole other question inside of my head for you guys, is I guess, what peace, what gives you peace? What do you find as, I know that this is right and I'm going to be okay? Like, what gives you that feeling? For the future, for death, for all of it. What makes you feel those things to know that everything's okay?
Well, for a long time, I was scared about that. As I questioned my faith and struggled with some of these hard questions and passages that I couldn't, I mean, you can push them aside, but you can't do it forever.
Yeah.
And I did push it aside for a while, and then I got to a point where I wasn't. And so then it was a lot of fear, because I'm supposed to be afraid of what's going to happen to me. I'm supposed to be afraid of not being good enough. And then I kind of came out on the other side of that. And honestly, what gives me peace is just literally waking up every day saying, okay, I'm going to do the best I can today. I'm going to do the least harm I can today. I'm going to do the best for my children, for my husband, for my coworkers. I mean, just insert thing here. I know what I'm trying to say. Like, people always say I can't have morals because I don't have God. And I so strongly disagree with that, because I think it's just so easy for me to look at the person next to me and think, I don't want to hurt you. I don't want to see you hurt. I want to help you if I have the ability to help you. Like, if I have an extra $5 and my brother doesn't, I'm giving it to my brother. I just I I I don't see a problem with taking it a day at a time and a situation at a time and just doing my best with what I have to offer in that moment, trying to learn from the struggles in that moment, and then taking the next day. And I just kind of know that, like, when I'm gone, it's not going to be any different than before I was here.
Well, maybe hopefully better, because if you like set like a stage where, like, you know, whether it's even like your kids or a person that you influence, like, could help humanity forward. Like, obviously, I personally, now this is just, again, personally, I'm not saying it's true. Like, I know for sure it's real or not, because I'm not as arrogant to say that I know everything about like
Yeah.
the afterlife. But I currently, and this could change in 5-10 years, that's why we're having this
Yeah.
platform, I could be Christian again in 5 years,
Or something else.
right, or something else.
Right.
But currently I believe that I will have the same level of consciousness and understanding that I did 100 years ago. And I will feel the same way I did 100 years ago. And I will be as sad as I was 100 years ago.
Or as content.
And as content as I was 100 years ago. I hope, though, that I do something during the time that I'm here. It's sort of like the whole
Kinda Hindu-y.
vampire. A little bit. Except for Hindu, you get to come back as something.
Right. I
So-
don't necessarily, I mean, honestly, like,
Well,
You know,
if I could
wait,
be
let's
convinced
stop
of
right
that, I
there.
might
Stop.
like it. I'm not convinced of that either. I don't
Can
necessarily
we
think
stop
I'll
on
come
that
back.
point? Because I
Yeah.
actually wanted to ask you. And
Yeah.
I was raised Christian, went away from it. When my parents got divorced, I was like, why would God do this, right? And so I was
Mhm.
14, smoked a lot of weed, got into Hinduism, Buddhism, started understanding that kind of stuff. Never really fully followed it, but really dove into it.
Sure, just
And-
kind of learning and
Yeah, and you just made a
exploring.
point that was my biggest struggle with it. But Josh, you said something about 100 years. So do you believe in the reincarnation part?
I currently don't believe in reincarnation, only because I don't have a good reason to believe in reincarnation.
Yeah, proof that nobody does, and that's kind of the hard
Right.
part there.
Right.
So I guess then where did the 100 years thing come from? Was that because that's what I heard, and that was like the reincarnation
The reason
idea
why
in
I
that.
said 100 years is because it's just an easy number for me to think of. Like 100 years ago, I was dead, so to speak. 100 years ago, I didn't exist, and 100 years from now, I won't exist. So like my son and my daughter might still be alive, and they might be chugging along. And what am I going to feel like 100 years from now? The same way I felt 100 years ago. I'm just it.
But we don't have
non-existent.
comprehension of any of that.
Right.
I think that's kind of the
Okay.
point. Like, I'm not going to feel any different after I'm gone than I felt before I was here.
And maybe that's not true. Maybe there's some
Right.
sort of cosmic soul. Maybe there's a spirit. Maybe there's some. Maybe like I don't
I don't know. I
know.
love the movie Ghost. I always wanted to believe in ghosts.
But
I don't.
The thing
I'm not-
I can say
good.
though, definitively, what I can say is that there is no way on this entire plane of existence that Christianity is real if you in any way, shape, or believe in the text. So you must throw the book, you must take the Bible, throw it completely out the window, and make up your own Bible. Let's just call it the Book of Mormon, and believe in that.
I grew up in the
maybe-
Northwest, so Mormonism is
Okay.
huge up here, and yeah.
Then maybe you've got something. But for me, because I know too much about the book, because I spent too much of my life in it, where I'm just like, there's no way. There's too many things. And we can go into them, but we don't have to. We can stay meta. It's totally cool.
Well, I just looking at all of the other arguments. I mean, at the end of the day, I'm going to believe the Bible no matter what you guys say, and you guys won't. And so
Why is
there's
that? Why?
Why is that?
What are the reasons?
And to be
Go ahead,
sorry,
no, go
I
ahead.
don't want to just to be fair, I'm not saying that you shouldn't or that that's wrong, but like, what has you so convinced that you do believe the Bible, even despite possibly questionable bits?
My faith and belief in God and Jesus Christ.
What do you mean by faith?
So when you sit in a chair, do you know it's going to hold your ass?
Not always. I've fallen
Right.
out of plenty of chairs in my life.
Right,
So
but you sat in
actually,
it with the faith that you had that it was going to hold you, right?
I would challenge that. If I was in a park, which I was earlier today, and I was approaching a bench, and a woman said to me, "Actually, that bench is a little sketchy. I wouldn't recommend it." I was like, "Oh, okay." Actually, I
You wouldn't walk
will.
over and kick it or anything?
And
Maybe.
You
I was
did,
like,
because you kind of did
there
in this
was
metaphor,
another there
Josh.
was another seating area not far from it, and to be fair, it looked a little sketchy, so I moved on down, right?
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
so I have as much faith in the chair as I have in my business associations. Now, normally, this is where I would use an allegory about faith with your spouse. But because my spouse is right here and I trust her implicitly, I am going to say that
I don't know where he's going with this. This is not a setup, and you better not say something dumb.
Be careful, Josh.
So this is why I say, okay, so I'm currently in a business venture. We're starting new product. This is true story. We're starting new product, and I have to have a lot of faith that they know what the hell they're doing, or I'm going to be some sort of a broke person in about a year. Okay.
Yeah.
Now, what does my faith lead me to do? Well, first of all, my faith leads me to say, is this a really solid business plan? Is this a product that's actually going to sell in the United States marketplace? How much is it going to sell? How much are these people telling me the truth? So my faith is always still a little bit like, I'm not just sitting my ass in a chair like, holy smokes, there's a chair. No, if a lady says, bro, that chair is a little sketchy, or here's a business plan, have faith, I'm a little bit like, what's your business plan? Now, maybe that's my problem. Maybe I'm not, what's the word?
Convicted enough?
What's the word of someone that would believe in something just because someone told them it was true?
You're believing in a human. You're believing in a person. You're believing,
or a God. Let's say I heard a voice in my head, because there's sometimes voices in my head.
Well, you might need a doctor for that one.
But what?
No. The way I'm giving you crap. I'm giving you crap about.
I love it. I love
it. But hear me out. What if I do hear a voice in my head? And what if it says, believe in this thing? Let's say it's a book.
Or is it God?
Let's say it's a book. What is it that you would call a person that believes in something because someone or a voice in their head told them it was real without them using any sort of logic to prove it was real?
Well, in this world, you probably call them crazy.
I actually wasn't going there, because I don't think you're supposed to call people crazy anymore, but we're just gonna beep, boop, boop. That's okay. Let's just say I don't know what the term is, but what I'm saying is,
well, that's based off of who you are when you because, like, for me, when someone says, hey, God gave me this word, that doesn't sound crazy to me, but that's because, again, I have faith in God and I have faith in what they're hearing and what they're believing. Now, if I'm seeing someone, actually, I had commented about an hour ago, and you were going to the bathroom. Your wife had said one of the first reasons why she had left church was people, the people in the church. And that's a huge piece of this. And so I guess the reality of my view on all this just goes out the window once we start talking about humans and stuff like that, because this isn't in my view, this isn't a relationship between me and you. This isn't a relationship between me and my mom. This isn't a relationship between me and my daughters. This is a relationship between me and who created me. And I guess the reality of how I see all of this coming to is only possible when everyone understands that it's not about everyone else and it's about you. And
But what if it
so
is about everyone else?
why would it be? Why would I be put on this earth to have to make your life the way it is? That doesn't make that.
Well, and that's not quite what I mean by it, but like even in like I'm trying to think of the word I want. So like think about like hunter-gatherer times when people had to rely on each other because you could survive as a village, but you couldn't survive
Right.
on your own. So you would kind of think about what is best for the greater good, because if more of us survive, I have a better chance of surviving.
Yes, I yes. The difference of what I'm saying here is you're saying that from like a sociology, I guess, point of view. In the view that we all have to work together in order to make a greater good. And what I'm getting at is, what if the greater good is all within inside of ourselves individually? And the part that we're all
Do those
lost
have
on
to be
is
mutually exclusive? You want the greater good to work so that your own exclusiveness also survives.
And how does Christianity come into this? Because Buddha was way better at this than Jesus.
because the Bible teaches us about our own relationship with God. It's very clear about our own relationship with God. And that, like you said, if you have thoughts of others, you're wrong, right? And it all comes down to you and your own thoughts, faith, opinion, logic, everything. And so I guess what I'm getting at is, if we all had that same level of that on the same bounds, not one person over here Buddhist, one person over here is Mormon, one person over here is Christianity, because again, at that point, we're all creating our own gods. If we all had, let's just not even call it Christianity, let's call it God. If we all believed in God, and it wasn't a Christian God, it wasn't a Mormon God, it wasn't whatever we've all believed in our worlds, there would be a God of good and love that we would all want a relationship with, because we would all want the better thing. But the catch is, we can't see that because all we want is things for ourselves in this world that's given to us. And we're worried about what that person thinks of me and what that person thinks of me. And I'm worried that that person's better than me. And I'm worried that that person might take my husband and that person might take my wife and that person might hurt me. We're never focused on ourselves. We're never focused on our own relationship with God. We're always judging everyone else on their religion, their God, their standard, their logic. What happens when we all come to the same conclusion of logic? And I'm not saying that any of this is even possible. I'm just throwing the idea out there. If we all came to the same understanding of what a better, more powerful being than us was, and we were all able to humble ourselves enough to be alone with ourselves with that being, then I think at that point we'd realize that none of this other stuff, everybody else, it is simply about you and your relationship with that greater being. Take all the Bible, all the books, all the religions out of it, and think of a bigger being more powerful than us, and all of every single human person in humanity getting on the same page with that being.
How much do you know about Hinduism?
I've dived into it. The problem there is generally it comes back to yourself and your own works and how good you've been to yourself.
No. Can you do me a favor if you're actually interested in the truth? Now, you have mentioned many times during this
Well, hold on,
conversation.
Josh. Nobody knows the truth. None of us have the truth yet. So I'm interested in your takes, but none of us have the truth.
No, we're not saying this is the definitive truth. We're saying if you're interested in continuing to seek truth the same way we are.
I would agree with you that no one knows the truth, right? But I feel like if you're a truth seeker, so let me
Yeah, that's a better way to phrase it.
If you're a truth seeker, I would encourage you to read a book. It's because, and you're gonna make fun of me, but it's a long one, so it's not just it's not stupid.
He's pulling it up on his Audible. He couldn't read it. He had to listen to it.
It's literally called Hinduism by Dummy, or Hinduism for Dummies.
It's like a old or Internet for Dummies, but
right. But it's by Dr. Amruta Srinivasan. Okay. Mm-hmm. Hinduism for Dummies. Just look up Hinduism for Dummies or any other book on general Hinduism. What you're going to find is this. Exactly what you're saying. So the concept of Hinduism is that you can believe in whatever God you want.
But
Buddhists,
that's different. That's different right there than what I was saying.
okay, well, let me finish though. Let me finish. Buddhists are shocked to find, sort of like Christians with Islam, that their God, Buddha, is in the text as a holy teacher, just like Jesus is in the Quran as a prophet, right? It's one of those things where it's like, no, it's cool, man. Your guy was also cool, right? He was just a teacher, and it's cool. But like Brahman in Hinduism is the one and only all-powerful like entity that encompasses everything. And there are concepts of God, just like what you were saying. Allah, it's God. Yahweh, it's God. Elohim, Adonai, Baal, take your freaking pick. They're all God. It's just we all had different names for God. They were all God, but it was God. It's God, and that's what Brahman is. And Brahman's been around for a lot longer than obviously Yahweh and his, Canaanite pantheon. But to your point, you might be right. What if there is one God? And actually, that actually evolved into Zoroastrianism, which I also encourage you to research, because there was also a one deity concept that eventually turned Judaism and Christianity into a viable monotheistic, concept. But it all comes from this concept. So I'm not disagreeing with you. But what I will disagree with you is that the New Testament is total crap because Jesus didn't fulfill a single Old Testament prophecy. There's so many contradictions that you can't even believe any stories in the New Testament. And the Old Testament is so riddled with scientific errors and anachronisms and like horrific law codes that why in the world would we believe a late Bronze Age to first century outdated text? At this point, I'd rather be an Muslim and at least believe in the Quran because you're at least at 600 CE. Like, what are your thoughts there?
Thoughts on the Quran or thoughts on
just like why Christianity? The book's terrible. If you believe in the book, a lot of Christians like Methodists, they don't even read the book anymore. The last caller didn't read the Old Testament apparently.
I guess again this goes down to and I'm going to say this and I please don't take any offense to anything I say.
No, we are not easily offended. We only get offended when people are not honest, but you seem very honest.
You seem like a very intellectual person who is capable of reading and capable of comprehending and understanding. And I guess my whole argument in what I was saying about everyone coming to the same God and what we're talking about in this is that's where we get lost. We get lost in that we're so smart, we're going to go figure it all out. And the point is that I guess in my view of Christianity is that God didn't plan for us to know it all. God did not plan any of that. And so if we sit here and think that we can know it all, that's impossible in my own head, because how are we going to know anything that happened when we weren't there? Again, this goes all the way back to none of us know any of the truth. And this whole thing gets based around, again, a personal thought and feeling. And so it's really hard when, I guess what I'm trying to point out that I think you've dove too far is I guess what I'm getting at.
It's like Lord of the Rings, man. We delved too deep and we got the Balrog.
Yeah, you delved
Minas
too deep.
Tirith shit.
You went too far, and now it's really hard to even see any of it because you've been distracted by all these other options. And that right there, to me, is just simply finding any option to make all of it wrong. But I'm still lost. I guess that's really what I want to understand before we get off the phone at all.
Yeah.
I want to understand what you guys believe, because I still haven't fully grasped where you guys sit inside of this to not believe in the Bible, especially being people who came from Christianity. I'm lost in how you guys were there.
Absolutely. Yeah, no, we'll
cards on the table. Really, the morals things and everything. A lot of people argue you can't have God without morals. Well, I actually think you can't have morals without people who taught them to you. And now, if those people who taught them to you gave them to you through the Word of God, then that's cool and fine. But what I'm getting at is, you guys have really good morals. You guys are really good people. I've seen a lot of people do this same exact thing you guys are doing. And the argument isn't, why do you still believe? The argument is, God is evil. God hates you. It's a much more negative way of going about this argument. But I can tell in this conversation with you guys are much more open. And so I really want to open up what you guys believe in. And
so my first thing is, we did the thing where you said a couple things and now I can't remember the first one I wanted to address.
Sorry, I ranted.
No.
You're good,
You
good.
joshed.
Yeah, that's what
Yep.
Right before you said that other people have like essentially more aggressive talking points, you said something about morals. Do you remember what you were saying?
I said a lot. You had made the argument of you have morals, and a lot of people argue that with you, that, well, you can't have morals without God. And
Right, and
I think that, me personally, I think most of your morals come from your parents, and your family.
Oh, and
I
you
think
said that, like, what if those came from people who believed or whatever?
Yeah, like if your grandma went to church all the time and
Sure.
forced you to go to church,
So, like,
and she taught you those morals.
I think that all of that can be true and not true. So, like, I had different variations and different levels of belief in almost every single person and family member of my life, between my mother, my father, my paternal and maternal grandparents. Like, some of them claimed to believe but never went to church. Some of them went to church every Sunday but never talked about it. Like, it was all over the spectrum. I don't think that any of that had anything to do with where my morals came from. And to be fair, I don't think that you need to insert a God to get a moral. And I even honestly, like, the longer I talk about this, like, I don't even know how I feel about the word morals anymore. Like, I think it just boils down to common sense and thinking and reasoning and human experience and discernment. And I think that there are people out here who don't have that, and that's where you get a Jeffrey Dahmer that eats people, right? Like, there are people who don't discern well. And then there are people who are like, oh, well, I steal a lot and I'm going to end up in prison, but I'm not like the worst person ever. Like, there are going to be a spectrum of individuals no matter what graph you're trying to measure on. But, and hi, Lars, I see your hand. I think I really struggle with the idea that it had to have been a certain kind of person that gave me my morals, that it had to have come from a certain place. I don't know. I think that most of what made me who I am was my mom, and my mom is probably the only person in my life that understood. Didn't really have a deep belief. But what she did believe in was that there was maybe some sort of spiritual realm. She spent a lot of time trying to get in touch with nature, her Native American ancestry, just a lot of, like, feel what's happening around you and try to, like, I don't know. I'm digressing. There was other points I needed to address. And I can't remember the next one.
You're fine. I'm just trying to understand, because we got to the bottom of kind of what you guys feel as far as after death, right? Is the idea, like Josh was explaining, in the 100 years here, 100 years there.
But then also, like, sort of, how do you pick one or how do you not pick one? Was that part of it?
No. It's more or less what have you guys picked a certain religion? Have you guys picked an idea?
We've unpicked.
So yeah, for me, like, I was like hardcore Christian. Like, I was sold out. Jesus.
I'm not gonna lie, Josh. You fit that picture. You're like the youth pastor, dude. Like, you look exactly
right?
like,
doesn't he look like he's about to play drum for worship?
I was.
Yep. Oh yeah, I'm in worship too. I play drums and guitar and bass. And
I was DCT in full effect, y'all. Toby Mac.
Yeah.
And the Mac is back. No
Are you
slack.
down with the DC talk?
I'm down. I was down. But so for me, it's interesting because I've, like, this is an interesting question. can you reframe your question one more time just to make sure that I answer it correctly? Because like it's so big, dude. Can you imagine your identity right now? I assume, and I am assuming, but let's say you're as hardcore of a Christian as I was, and then can you imagine you're not? Can you imagine what that would do to yourself? That's
I've lived that.
What I went through.
Yeah, I've lived that.
Okay. So
Can you tell us a little about that?
You left and came back?
Yeah.
Okay.
Like I said, when my parents got divorced. So
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's right.
So
and
I was raised
were
Christian.
a teenager?
Yeah, I was raised Christian, very, very, very Christian, very involved in my youth groups. I was doing worship at like 13, 14. And I went on 2 missions with my youth group to Atlanta and to San Francisco when I was 14, 16. Well, 14 and 15. And then my parents got divorced when I was 16.
I was going to say, I thought you said you were a teenager when that happened.
Yep. And so very shortly after that, yeah, my parents got divorced. And yeah, it was the question of that a lot of people question, which is like, why did my parents get divorced? Why would God allow bad things? And yeah, it sent me down this whole rabbit hole of things. And it wasn't until, and I guess I really, and I don't mean this like, it's coming for you. I don't mean this in that way. But what it was for me, and you guys don't seem like you're in this spot in any way, shape, or form. It was hitting rock bottom. It was getting down to the very, very bottom and understanding that I don't have any power inside of myself to do this. It was actually being admitted into a mental hospital because I almost killed myself, and realizing that I don't have any power inside of myself.
I'm really glad you got
this.
past that for what it's worth.
Yeah.
Yeah.
For sure.
And so for me, and that's why, again, that's why I started this call the way I started it. I mean, you guys are never going to convince me otherwise. It just is what it is. But
Not necessarily our goal.
No, and I know, and that's why my main question here is understanding what you believe, because I guess unoffensively, what I'm hearing is that you don't really believe anything and you don't really know. You're just open to all of the ideas, or open to any idea that you can test.
I do believe something.
Okay.
I do believe that there is no way, in any way, shape, or form, that Christianity, if you believe in the book or the concepts that have been laid out by the Orthodox Church.
But this is what you don't believe, it sounds like.
Yes. So I don't believe in that. So
right.
What do I believe? So what do I believe?
Yeah, because what I'm understanding is you don't really believe any of it, and you're
I don't believe in
Christianity anymore.
I don't believe in
Christianity. I do think it makes a difference coming from it.
Not only believe it, lived it, breathed it, ate it, slept it. Like that was my life.
Right.
Now I could not, it would take a lot. Like if I'm mowing tomorrow in the backyard and Jesus flies down from the sky and says, bro, you dumbass, I'm real. Here's the hands. Here's the holes in my hands. I'm going to say, okay, I clearly got this wrong. Or if a person like yourself can argue from like a position from the Bible or not from the Bible, a personal experience, whatever. If you have a point that would make me think, you know what, maybe it is real. That's why we're having these lives. The reason why we're having these lives is because I don't feel like it's real. Adele doesn't feel like it's real. And we don't know how it could be possibly real. But maybe it is. And we're putting our voice out there into the ether to say, which we also don't believe in the ether, we believe in modern science. But we're putting our voice out there to say that maybe it is. Maybe like we misinterpreted these verses. Maybe these prophecies were true. Maybe this and this. But as it sits right now, I cannot see that the morals of the Old Testament are in any way, shape, or form just. If there's an objective morality, that malevolent God is terrible. And I'm not trying to be like one of those hater atheists right now. I'm just saying like that was, I had that problem when I was a Christian. I would read the Old Testament and be like, dude, I thought love was patient. I thought love was kind. I thought love was not envious. And then all of a sudden you're saying God's a jealous God. And I thought we turned the other cheek, but now we're like killing the Amalekites and the Midianites. Like, what's going on? Like, I just struggled. And then once I stepped back and was like, but what because here's the problem, Devin, and I apologize for ranting, and I'll stop.
No, you're fine.
But my problem was this: I presupposed that the Christian God was real, and when I presupposed that, and I said he must be real, I could justify it. I could justify any of the plot holes. Once I left the plot holes, it was so much easier. And then all of a sudden it's like, holy shit, why was I even twisting myself into mental gymnastics to prove this stuff? You know what I mean?
Right. So I guess we're still at the point, though, that you're open to Christianity. So you're not open to like Catholicism or Mormonism or any of that.
No, I mean, if a person can prove me on anything, I don't care what denomination or what religion, if you're like, definitively, this is why you should believe, I'm open-minded. And I'm open-minded to like pure atheism. Like, there is no God at all. Like, I'm open-minded to that as well. Like, we're just like, we're just not convinced yet of any one religion.
Okay. I think that within itself kind of proves there is still a belief somewhere in there. Because if you knew for a fact and believed that Christianity is what you're saying it is, then there would be no point in doing these lives. There would be no point in your life in even talking about Christianity.
I disagree. I think that the particular organized religion as it stands, that I can disagree with it. And I think I can still say that there's no definitive way for me to have all the answers, period. And I am fairly convinced that it's not the Christian God. I'm fairly convinced that it's not any of the gods that I've been presented with. The Christian God's the one that I have known the closest and done the most research on, so I can more readily say why I have issues with it, right? Like, I don't know as much about...
You can argue this point because you have the most points to argue with it.
Or because I have the most experience with it.
Yeah,
so like I have the most... Yeah. That doesn't necessarily mean any of the others have convinced me either, and I am taking time to do more research and read more on other religions as well, because I don't want to just sit here in my echo chamber and say I know everything.
Well, and I will say, like, a great quote, and I'm in sales. I'm a salesperson. So like, one of the things that rang with me was a musician. His name's Connor Oberst. If you're an emo from the 2000s like me, he said, if someone tells you something for certain, they're selling something certainly. So like, to your point, like, we're open-minded because, like, I'm not going to definitively say I have stepped outside of time. I'm not like Dr. Manhattan that says I have walked on the surface of the sun. You know, like, I am not.
Wow.
I'm sorry. I've not stepped outside of time and say it's Brahman. That's the one, and you all are fools. And it's actually Brahman who manifested himself into Yahweh, and then gave the prophecy to Muhammad to say Allah, which was just the same word as Yahweh which, by the way, I'm not saying that is a thing. Don't let any Muslims get super mad in the chat. But what I'm saying is, like, I don't profess to know for sure what happened outside of all time. And you touched on that, I think, Devin, where you're like, there could be all one God. We could be all pointing to the same thing. And that's where I'm saying that is the Hindu belief. Hindus believe that, yes, there is a one God. And the one God manifested themselves in multiple different ways throughout 40,000 years of human history. And yeah, we're in our cute little daycare version of, 2000 BC with Yahweh, 1200 to 722. But you know what I mean? Like, it's God's God type of thing. That's where I'm at, I guess. Okay.
Well, I guess that's what I believe in that and see in that through you guys is that there is a slight conviction inside of you waiting to happen. And you may not see it now, and that's totally okay. And I pray that hopefully that happens for you guys, and that the only reason that, hold on, let me finish this one thought before I lose.
I have a
Let
question.
me-
I
Though.
might say the same, but opposite on you.
Can I finish because just so I don't forget it?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
I truly believe all that, because if there wasn't that hint inside of you somewhere, there would be no purpose in your life other than maybe it's money. Maybe you guys make money off this, and that's the purpose in this. But
We don't make any money off this.
So
We
I
lose
guess
money.
that's what I'm getting at. What's the
We
purpose?
technically lose money on this.
So what's the purpose? What are you guys gaining in your life?
It's better than freaking Hulu.
Actually, can I give a more honest response?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And actually, I'm gonna use the restroom while you do this.
I think that regardless of what anyone believes at the end of the day, that having conversations where we maybe point to difficult topics, where we
Okay.
maybe disagree, where we maybe will always disagree, but where if the conversation is honest and if we are honestly seeking to find the most truthful thing that we can accept, I think that that's important. And I think that sometimes these questions don't get asked. And I think as atheists, especially we live in the Bible Belt, we're in the middle of the Midwest of the United States. We don't get to talk about being an atheist openly. And therefore, we don't get to talk to believers almost ever in a situation where we aren't automatically offensive by not believing.
Like this, like what we're doing right now, being able
right,
to just
because you came up here by choice, but I'm not going to walk up to someone on the street and ask them, you know what I mean? Like that would be aggressive. But having someone come up voluntarily and have an honest conversation, I don't get that opportunity all the time. And I just think it's valuable, whether or not we're going to leave this and always disagree for the rest of time. Or maybe you and I will change each other's beliefs by like 5%. Both ways. You know what I mean? Like, I think that just facing these topics that are a little bit controversial, a little bit difficult, and having a platform to be able to like respectfully address that is just kind of cool. I enjoy it.
Okay. And I that explanation I very, very appreciate. I really do. I appreciate the idea that communication is the purpose.
Well, also I was an English major, so I don't know if you can tell by the fact that I can't tell an answer without an essay format.
Yeah.
But
no, and that's awesome. And that's really what I was kind of lost there, because I was afraid that the whole idea here was to convince people otherwise. And so
no,
the fact
not necessarily at all.
Yeah, the fact that you guys are open to all of this is awesome, and that's something that I'm totally okay with. I was just trying to get to the bottom of that.
Well, we just got called soft, weak atheists, so
we're soft and weak atheists.
Well, if was that on the chat?
Yeah.
Well, if that person's reading their Bible,
and I thought it was timely. You're like, wow, what
oh man,
then I get soft, weak atheist.
We should be more hardcore. Sorry.
If that person's reading their Bible,
it's fine.
You can't win.
If they're reading their Bible, then they're not reading it right. So, but the main piece I did want to say, and if
please
this is
finish it out for us.
Yeah, the main piece was I love you guys. I love everyone else who's commenting, whether they're a believer or not. And I think that something you guys have to take into account, maybe you guys already have, you probably already know this as you talk to specifically younger people or just not intellectual people. If people are being convinced of anything on the side of a YouTube live, they didn't believe anything coming into it.
Agreed.
And that is a big thing that I think everyone in the future of this and any of these need to understand, that if they're coming to you and they're convinced by the end, then they were never believing anything at the beginning. And so
vice versa.
Yeah, and vice versa, correct. And so I guess
now if it challenges you to go do more research and have further conversation, that's a different story. So that doesn't mean you've changed your beliefs. That means you're accepting.
I've learned some things on some YouTube.
I've definitely learned some things.
Before now, did I change positions on YouTube? No, to your point. I was reading that book, whatever.
I'm talking about kids coming in here and going, "Oh yeah, you're right. I guess you're right," and then leaving.
Yeah,
and
I don't know that I've ever seen
own.
that happen, but honestly, I would be underwhelmed if it did.
But that being said, Devin, I would challenge this if you're willing. So first of all, we always try to post when we're going to go live, at least like a couple hours before we go live. I'd love to have you back. And my question would be, because I will challenge that thought that you have, where you're like, a person can't be like convinced one way or another. I would ask, what are the two primary things that make you believe that Christianity is true? And bring that to the next conversation as far as like, I believe that it's like, take your pick. I believe that it's because the evidence of Jesus' resurrection is this, or I believe that I had this personal experience and my mom can walk again, whatever it is. Like,
I found my car keys.
I found my car keys after praying. Like I would be interested in if you come back and say like,
I was about to kill myself.
Well, that's a good one, right? So like, bring that next time. Like if you'd be willing, only if you're willing to say, this is why I believe, and like, I'd love to have that real conversation.
So, and to be fair, you mentioned that, and I just want to express once again, no matter whether or not we ever agree on anything, I am really glad that you're here.
Oh yeah,
and I'm really glad
Above
that
everything.
whatever your beliefs are,
yeah, 100%
helped you do that.
Yeah.
And I don't want to take that from you.
Right, that's means to an end type
Just
of stuff.
because
We'd rather have you
something-
be here for any reason
Just
than
yeah, I just like
Yeah.
above all,
yeah, 1,000,000%.
it's very important to me that you understand that I mean that.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And it's things like that when you guys say that kind of stuff that I know that God's inside of you guys somewhere. And
Well,
so
maybe it's just humanity. But either way, we can agree that we want each other to be here doing what we can while we can.
yes, agreed.
It's awesome.
So,
Agreed.
Devin, you are awesome. Please,
we would love
please
to,
come
We
back.
would love to chat some
Would
more.
love to have more conversations with you.
If you have any things that you want to talk about that you want to email us, our email's in the description. We will read that and then we can like.
And our email is in our description. It's inquirycouple@gmail.com for anyone who wants
Pretty simple.
to
Yeah.
pop in. We also have a debate co-pilot app that I'm working on. It's in prototype phase.
Okay.
I'm willing to share with people. But okay,
Anyway,
Devin, we've got
before
Braden
we
next.
move on to
Oh, yeah.
Braden, and we should address Lars
Yeah.
and talk about maybe
Lars is a
Sunday.
couple folks down. Yep.
But
Thank you, guys.
Is there
Thank you,
anything?
Devin.
Is there anything final that you want to say?
No. I'll be
Okay.
praying for you guys and I love you guys.
All right.
Hey,
thank you, Devin.
Take care.
Love you too.
Thank you so much.
See ya. Big W, Devin.
That was great. Honestly, an honest, respectful
Wow.
conversation. That's
Devin
what we're
is
here
super
for.
cool. Oh, I just love when we get colors like that, actually.
People who have a genuine belief for a reason, who
are honest.
Not necessarily fighting against a text, not argumentative, or trying to convert us, vice versa.
Right. We're just trying to have a conversation.
I find it really refreshing when you can have that genuine, honest intercourse.
Also, one of our favorite bartenders was named Devin. So
Oh, yes.
special place in my heart for anyone named Devin. Okay, Brandon is up next. Brandon, this
I
is
think it
your
might be
wake up.
Braden.
Oh, dang it, Braden. And one of my favorite people in my entire life was named Braden, so I apologize for calling you that. Braden can call me Jason for this entire text or video. All right. Braden,
Hey guys,
can
can you
us?
hear me okay?
We can
Yeah.
hear you. Are you over the age of 18?
I am.
All right. Congratulations on making that milestone.
Yeah,
And
it took me a little bit, but I made it.
hey, it's cool. So,
Hey, so I don't. Go ahead. I don't have a clue how I got here or even what I'm doing, but here I
Dude,
am,
Do you want?
Welcome
and I
to
see you
me
guys, and you
life.
seem like you're really happy people and
Well,
willing to
let's
have
start
a
off with this.
conversation no matter where it goes.
Do you
Yes.
believe in some kind of deity?
Yeah, I believe that Jesus Christ is God.
Okay.
So first of all,
So would you identify as a Christian?
Yeah.
Okay.
and also that is you literally have the best intro that we've ever heard, which is I don't know how I got here, but here I am. And like, dude, that's like me. I feel like that's me every morning. I'm like, I'm not really sure how I got here. But
Every day when I set his alarm before I leave for work.
I'm like,
No idea
let's
how I got
go.
here. No idea how I got
Carpe
up.
diem.
Yeah, no, I'm up way too late. I gotta get up at work to like 6 o'clock or something. But I just found this, and I don't know what's gonna happen. But you
Well,
guys seem
and you
like
can
somebody
stay
worth
for a
talking
couple
to.
minutes or however long you feel. And if you want to subscribe, we typically put an alert like a couple hours before we go live if you want to come back another time for a longer talk. But how about this? We open it up. Do you have any place you want to start? After you've been here listening for a while, so anything you've heard or anything that triggered a thought in your head.
And if you have questions, we can set our stage too. Like
Yeah, we
we
can do
want
that for
you to
sure.
have the advantage. So like where we're coming from, like why we're doing this type of thing, like whatever you want to know, we're happy to like let you know. We're just here to have a conversation.
Man, I appreciate it. That's awesome. I guess I don't really know enough about you guys to try to talk to you about anything. Like what kind of set the stage for you guys deciding to leave Christianity or whatever it is you believe? I don't even know where to start.
Well, we have two very different stories. Do you want to?
You can go. You want me
Okay.
Yeah.
Mine's very different than his. I'll kind of summarize it because I've told it a little bit tonight. If there's people who've been in chat all night, I, after being a product of divorce at a very young age, my father married a Catholic woman and became very devout in the Catholic faith. And after a couple of years, I decided to get baptized, follow in his footsteps. I got deep into the Catholic tradition, all of it. I was confirmed. I was all of it. And then kind of around college age, I started to kind of lose my faith for many different reasons. But yeah, I was told really good and really bad things by my dad. I have a hard time talking about this because I lost my dad just over a year ago. And
I'm sorry.
Thank you. It's interesting because for like some of my formative years, that was a difficult relationship for me because of our differences in religion and the different paths that those took. And
she loved her dad. Her dad was great, great
and
man.
And it got better later. But yeah, I kind of digress. But that was a little bit of my background. Go ahead.
So you were Catholic essentially for how many years?
Like 10.
10 years. And she
was, that's not forever.
She was like Catholic, but she's also not very old. When you look at my agedness,
if I didn't dye my hair, I would be just as gray.
Okay. But anyways, so but she was like and I've said this before, but like she's like when I
oh sorry, we have a couple questions really quick. So Cal, yes, I did my confirmation. I could tell you who my confirmation saint was. We got married.
Who was your confirmation saint?
Saint Teresa of Lisieux, the little flower.
Oh.
We got married very far after I deconverted, so we did not get married in a Catholic church. We got married in a bar on Taco Tuesday.
By the bartender.
Back to your story.
By the bartender. So, but she was hardcore Catholic. She was like,
oh, I'm getting that whole, were you really Catholic?
She was really like Catholic? Knees on the wood versus kneels on the
rosary every night.
So her and I both have, and folks that watch this show will pick up that we're fairly passionate people. So it's not like when we go into something, we're like, oh yeah, we're just like here and we're just going to do this and be rational. We're like, we're in it. She was in the Catholicism. So I grew up, I'm going to not use the word cult, but I grew up very fundamentally Protestant. Everyone else was a cult because they were Catholics or, denominational. I was non-denominational Protestant. And we read the Bible front and back constantly. I believed it 1,000,000%. It was my entire worldview. I went to schooling before I went to college.
Can we talk about the fact that you went to a one-room schoolhouse?
I also went to a one-room schoolhouse. I believed it. I lived it. Jesus and me were bros. Like I had conversations with Jesus. I heard him. I saw him. I spoke to him. Until I was about 33, unironically. When the shell in my egg cracked a little bit during a situation I had trying to defend young Earth creationism, because I was also an apologist, in addition to being a worship leader and a Sunday school teacher and a something else I was doing in the church. Oh, obviously Bible studies. So anyways, so then I, at about the age of 33, started to like, it was actually an interesting revolution, because I had been reading a lot of like, take your pick, Norman Geisler, J.P. Moreland, Josh McDowell, Lee Strobel. I mean, all of the apologists. I was reading all of them, and because I was arguing on their behalf. And once I realized that I could step back and look at the apologetics and say, what if I didn't have to defend these ridiculous claims? What if this just wasn't true? It was like it was just like I took the blue pill in the Matrix. I don't know if it was the blue or the red pill. Whichever pill made you see the reality.
I mean, I've seen the Matrix.
But then I was just like,
I'm not.
I can bend the spoon now. The bullets stop in front of me. Like, I'm like, oh my God, I just know reality. So for me, it was kind of like a weird experience that way. Now, I didn't like just instantly, like the next day, walk away from Christianity. Obviously it was
a process.
Sure. And it was a difficult process. I actually didn't come out
it's
to
definitely not easy.
I didn't come out to my parents until about 8 years later.
I was gonna say it was last year.
Yeah. So, 9 years later, I told my parents that I'm no longer a Christian, because I was so much into it that people were looking at me as a religious leader. Like, all of a sudden they were like, well, you're the wolf in sheep's clothing. It's like, no, dude, I was in it. Like, I was a sheep too, man. Like, I wasn't trying to trick anybody. So anyways, and so it's difficult. It'd be a lot easier if I was Christian, because at my workplace, I'm in the United States. If I were to say that I went to a church picnic on Sunday, everyone would be like, cool, bro. But if I would tell my workplace I went to an atheist camp on Sunday, they'd be like, oh, what?
Or even that we did this. If I go to work
I went
tomorrow,
live and was like an atheist. It's like, so anyways, that's our background. There you
go. Okay. Catholic.
Can we get a little bit of yours?
Fast and loose Protestant. I said, so basically we got a Catholic and a fast and loose Protestant.
Oh no, I was hardcore Protestant. I was fundamentalist, man. Inerrant, God-breathed word of God. 6 days creationist. I would have been a flat earther had I kept down my path. Hands down.
I get that. So my background is I basically didn't know a single thing about Christianity, and all of a sudden my mom kind of showed me this video that had nothing to do with Christianity called America From Freedom to Fascism by Aaron Russo. He was covering basically this concept that legally speaking, there's not really a good justification for what we call the federal income tax. And that it's unconstitutional in multiple different ways. If you look into the IRS code, there's not really an unambiguous law that requires you to pay the federal income tax. It's a whole can of worms. Okay. But, he was a serious Hollywood producer and in charge of big movies and stuff with Eddie Murphy. And he got to hang out with David Rockefeller. And when David was telling him that basically what we want to do is put a bunch of chips in everybody and change the world into a global governments. And he starts bringing up Revelation. That kind of like got me onto a whole rabbit hole. And you can watch a lot of YouTube videos and read a bunch of articles and stuff, but the open source intelligence is just on the internet. If you really want to look into who runs things and who they talk to and where the money goes, like, it just takes some diligence and knowing where to look. But that eventually led me to the conclusion that, well, I don't know why it seems to be the case, but it seems like Satan has chosen to influence people to run the world. And it's not even, on the down low. It's just kind of in your face. And, if Satan's real, then maybe God's real too. And
Why
then
is Satan real,
in
though?
that-
Like, what's your evidence that Satan's real?
Yeah, they choose to dive deep into occultism
they?
as if they.
Sorry, you just said we're asking about Satan, and then you said they choose to dive deep, and I just want to make sure that I'm in the right, like, I'm understanding where you're going with this while I'm listening to you.
Well, it's kind of a long, drawn out conversation, but I could just simplify it as movers and shakers, those who have power to make big changes and write legislation and influence
So, like, the
lobbyists.
government?
And yeah,
What if it's a Christian government?
it's not. Jesus said,
Has it
"Love your
ever been a-
enemies."
Has it ever been a Christian government?
No. Our founding fathers were deists and Freemasons. There was a couple, I guess, that could be clarified as Christians, but they're few and far between.
So okay, so you've got like non-Christians writing and I assume you think that the United States is the greatest country in the world.
Well, we don't
I
even
do
know if
not
that's...
know.
Okay, good. Thank you. Cuz yeah, that's a little bit,
That's silly.
arrogant. That's just arrogant, right?
Yeah.
So, okay, so you believe that Satan is influencing like the higher powers of society, essentially?
Yeah, that's a pretty good way to put it.
How do you know that it is Satan that's influencing the higher powers of society?
Well, I don't want you to get like banned off YouTube or anything, so I
No,
don't,
dude,
I don't
it's
know
cool.
how far you
YouTube's
want to go
super
into
free.
that, bro.
We're so low under the radar. It's
They don't even care about it.
They don't even care. They don't care. Honestly, it's cool. You're in a safe space.
Okay. So
Just
how
don't use
far
any
back do you
racial
wanna go?
slurs. Yeah, we don't.
No,
do that.
I don't do
Just as a
anything like that.
practice. Yeah.
No, I don't do anything like that. I guess I would ask, how far back do you want to go? Do you want to go back to 1776 and the Bavarian Illuminati, like where that term even comes from, and how Freemasonry started, how it
Well,
connects
like,
to
why?
Kabbalah?
So
like,
you
it's
don't
hard,
feel like
man.
the United States is like, the best country in the world, and you're not so like arrogant to think that everything's United States of America centric, which, by the way, my Spanish teachers hated it when we used to call the United States America, because they're like, bro, I'm Central America. I'm just as America as you. And my homies down in South America are just as America as you. So anyways, so like, let's go before that. Like, where was Satan during like, the, formation of the world and stuff? Like, what was he doing? Like, are we going back to I'd like to go back to the garden. Screw 1776. That seems basic.
17.
Let's go to
We're gonna have to
11.
really break stuff
77,
down.
which was the late Bronze Age collapse. Now that's some business. But we can go back
Well-
before that, of course, to the Garden of Eden, depending on. Okay, actually, can I ask a question? How old do
Yeah.
you think the Earth is? And there is no right or wrong answer. I'm not going to scientifically stump you because I'm not a scientist.
Yeah, I don't know. If you had asked me 10 years ago, I would have told you 3.8 billion years ago or whatever. After I started looking into this stuff, I wasn't looking at it in a religious angle at all. It's just like when I see that Washington, D.C., their very streets from hundreds of years ago are designed in occult symbolism and stuff like that, that I could just open up Google Maps and show it to you in a couple seconds. And you'd be like, what the heck is that? Like, why is there a pentagram leading to the Capitol building? Well, you see, like, it'd be a whole can of worms, but that's just kind of the conclusion that I came to. And whether it's 3.8 billion or 6,000 years old doesn't really make that much of a difference to me.
So are you saying that, like, based off of observations, because I'm with you, I believe, quite frankly, that there's no way that I'm going to understand dark matter, right? I mean, I might, if I really, really try to understand dark matter and I spend like 5 years after we figure it out, let's say 10 years from now, we figure it out, and I spend 5 years of my life really understanding dark matter, I might then in 15 years know, okay, this is dark matter, this is how it works. In fact, it is real. Okay, but there are some things, like what you're saying with the pentagram in the cities, with the streets, that it's observational, where it's like, okay, I can just look and see that something is real, or something is like apparent. You know what I'm saying? Like a person can just know.
It's not that I
Thank
think
you, DC
that
Raid. Welcome in.
It's not, sorry. It's not that I think that these symbolisms and things like that, it's out there and therefore it's real. It's more like, for some reason, for hundreds of years, for thousands of years, depending on how far you want to dive into occult research, the people in power have taken these things seriously. And it didn't end whenever the Industrial Revolution happened. It accelerated. It's more prevalent in our understanding of culture, in all of our artwork, and everything that we see in media, and the way that people talk about current events now more than ever. Like, you know, it's a very strange phenomenon that's hard to encapsulate even in like a live stream like this. You know, I'd have to show you hundreds and hundreds of pages of documents and stuff I have saved on my computer to really make a case, but that's not why we're here.
No,
You know what I'm saying?
I have a question about that, though, because one of the things, like when I was a Christian, and anybody who's been a real Christian will know that every once in a while you like struggle with your faith. So if there's any Christians in the chat who have been or who are a real Christian, it's okay to struggle with your faith. Like I had a thought.
Yeah.
What if X? Well, that doesn't mean you're not a Christian, but you figure it out and you get back to your faith, right? So one of the things that I always thought to myself, and I've got a poster in my storage closet. It was in my garage for a long time. Adele has threatened to bring.
I've threatened to bring it out.
She's gonna walk and get it at some point. But it's the Fox Mulder X-Files picture of the UFO, and it simply says, "I want to believe," and it has that UFO. If you've ever watched the X-Files. And I remember stories of my parents telling me with like these like missionaries in Haiti, and they were like, "Oh, we were deep in this camp and you could just feel the demonic presence. And then all of a sudden in the woods, they saw this demon," and et cetera, et cetera. And like, I was like, dude, I want to go there. I want to see this demon, because if I see this demon, one, sure as heck gonna believe in a spirit realm. Okay, that one's checked off the list. If there's a demon in a spirit realm, that means that there's probably like an anti-demon. So probably that means that there's some sort of Jesus character, checking that off the list. I mean, like, so are you saying that because you like have experienced or seen this like spirit demon realm, that's why like it helps you believe in like this Jesus God manifestation type of a situation? It would help me. I would love to see it, dude. I would love to see it, honestly.
I think about the scripture that says, because you have seen, you believe, but blessed are those who have not seen and yet believe anyways. I know that's not a quote, but you know what I'm saying.
That's
We
classic
could
Jeezy
go find out
Koozie.
where it is.
Talking to Thomas. Yep.
Yeah. And so like I didn't start off with like all this deep theology and stuff. I barely knew who Jesus was, even though I had gone to church for most of my childhood and stuff like that. I just didn't know what to do with what I was seeing. Like, what behooves a president or a group of political leaders who have, if anybody has it, all the knowledge about how the world works and what it's made of and how geopolitics function. What behooves a group of people like this to go stand out in the woods and bow down to an owl and set effigies on fire and stuff? And that was just like the little, at first it was like a big conspiracy theory to everybody. And then all of a sudden it's like, yeah, they do this thing. Boy, politics are weird, huh? And that's not even a question anymore.
Right.
They do that stuff. And if you really want to dive into it and you want to look up Michael Aquino and Aleister Crowley and Jack Parsons, like, why have we fascinated ourselves in the highest echelons of the central intelligence agencies and our government with occult figures who write absolute, like, you think Christianity is weird? Go read the stuff that Jack Parsons wrote, that Michael Aquino wrote, like colonels in the military and people who wrote books that you can go read right now that were operation manuals for psychological operations. Why are these people like founding the Temple of Set? Like, you would think if they really knew what was going on, they would make themselves atheists, just like they pretend we should be. So, like, what's going on with that?
So, Brandon, can I ask you a question? And I'm coming from an interesting perspective. I'm not going to profess to be like a person in a position of a lot of power. Because
you're not?
I'm not.
Love you, but okay. Convince us all.
But I am in sales. Okay. I am in sales. And I'm not in power. Okay. So I'm not like I don't lead a nation. I'm not in politics, but I do sell shit. Okay. And I've made my life and a fairly decent living selling. That's what I do. In fact, I learned it from my pastor in church. There were two things that I learned in church. Okay, I say this facetiously. I lived Christianity. There's two really good things I learned in church that I take with me now that I'm not a Christian. One is, and this is very important for anyone watching who plays role-playing games or video games.
About to say Dungeons and Dragons.
No, this is video game rules, and that is Jesus saves. Save often. Don't wait. Save. Jesus saves. Second of all, from a sales perspective, find what the people want and give it to them. My pastor literally told me, he said, if you want, he said, I could be rich in the business world. It's simple. Find what the people want and then give it to them. And that's all it is. So like all of this like philosophy regarding like, yeah, they're doing this and they're saying that and they're doing this. How much did those people, do you think, really believe in what they were saying? And how much do you think that they were just using public like mania or belief to take the trajectory towards the path that they wanted? And then we can talk about Donald Trump. Go ahead.
Oh,
yeah. So Michael Aquino was way back in the day in the 1960s, before Donald Trump or politics or anything like that. He actually claimed that any crimes that he may or may not have committed and everything that was surrounding what he did and what he wrote was just a big satanic panic. He actually used the very framework that you're saying that you were just describing to
Yeah,
say, oh yeah,
satanic
people
panic,
are
man.
crazy.
Yeah.
I
That
wasn't
place-
doing anything.
Dude, that was a nuts time. That time was crazy, man. Yeah.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah. You know, and it's a whole thing, but like, oh, there was a part of what you were saying that I was kind of latching on to,
Well, it's
to
like
drive forward to a
it's
point.
like Steven Seagal. The reason why he was such a great martial artist is because he wasn't like fighting people like
Was he not?
fist to foot.
Fisticuffs?
Yeah, not like Chuck Norris, blessed memory, but like he would like take your hit and throw you, and that's what sales is. It's like taking your monochrome of a belief and using it to propel you into what I want you to do. I'm throwing you. You know what I'm saying? Ow. I just keep hitting.
I don't mean to be insensitive, but like what your pastor taught you about sales, was he trying to teach you that from like some sort of theological Christian perspective? Because that's not Christian at all. Jesus would say things that he didn't care if people liked it or not, and lots of people left. Like that doesn't sell anything.
My pastor
That's a good point.
did eventually leave that church, but he was also what was that guy's name? Glenn.
Yeah, a businessman, not a Christian.
There were some problems.
Yeah,
It's fine. But anyways,
and,
yes,
you know,
it was flawed. I did learn some good business tactics though, but it was flawed. Anyways, but my point stands in that, like, how much of this do you think is like these world leaders believing in this Satanism versus they're just taking the public's perception and making it whatever they want to accomplish their goals?
yeah, that's the whole point. Like, it wasn't a public perspective until like this whole Epstein situation and everything talking about Pizzagate. Like, this wasn't a publicly accepted or even publicly utilized thought point forever, and it's been going on way longer than this. And I don't know how far back you want to go with like all this documentation for weirdness.
I proposed
like,
1177.
Stuff.
I was ready to hit the late Bronze Age collapse, but you
and so like it's just, this wasn't a public thing. In fact, it's been the opposite. Like, they've strived over and over again in so many different ways through, and as the internet grows and things like that, all kinds of different methodologies of suppression to keep this stuff out of the public eye, and yet make movies about it, perform it in the Super Bowls. Like, it's kind of a paradox, but it's not been a seriously thought about public conception for many, many years now. And even like to be able to capitalize on the public believing that this is true is nonsense. Like, it hasn't had any traction for decades and decades until maybe the past 5 years, once the DOJ started dropping some things and people started looking into a little bit deeper. And now it's famous on TikTok, but you're still a crazy person if you think the government has anything to do with it. So that's kind of a moot point.
So why Satan? Why not Seth, man? Like the Egyptian antagonist, or why not like Ereshkigal?
They do,
like in the Babylonian mythology. Like, why Satan?
So wait, they're like all on a level playing field?
Well, that's the thing. So like, if you look at what's her name? So if you just read something like the Satanist Aleister Crowley and you look into his books like the Book of the Law or Magic 777, they don't treat Lucifer as like a literal, well, they treat him as a literal deity depending on which occultist you start to read, but they see it more as like Gnosticism and this hyper spirituality where all these different concepts and theological deities are basically just a manifestation of this central ideology and spirit that basically we can become gods. And no matter what methodology or theology you try to approach this from, what they're trying to get you to do is either see Christianity through a Gnostic light or just reject it altogether.
Who are
and accept
they that are
occultic
trying to get us to
forces.
see it this way? Who are the people that are trying to get us to see it this way?
The
Yeah, there's
people
been a
who
lot
make
of they.
television shows and
I don't really
Um,
get television shows, but let's just say the media.
yeah, that's a good way to kind of break it down
So the
into an
people in
easier
the
chunk to bite.
media are trying to get us to see these-
Anything but biblical Christianity. Literally anything else.
Anything but?
Anything but. It doesn't even matter what else.
So let's say biblical Christianity. Let's just pretend like it came around in 33 CE. So
Mhm.
common era. We can call it 80. Let's just say Christianity showed up on the scene around 33 AD. And what were the people before that doing? So, like, let's say during the Omri dynasty in the northern, 10 tribes of Israel, when the Assyrians were attacking, where was Jesus in that situation? Like, or does it not matter? Are we basically starting at zero and it's like nothing matters before Jesus regarding this entity called Satan? Because Satan really doesn't show up in the Old Testament
No.
unless we're talking about the snake
If you're trying to make the snake Satan,
and
that's a
Job,
whole
and
different
I would
topic.
love to go down that rabbit hole. But
You,
actually, I would
you
actually
said a
really
lot
love
of
it.
things
Honestly,
that
that would
I'm-
make my night if we could go down that rabbit hole. Go ahead.
No, you said a lot of things that kind of like, I have a vague grasp of what you're trying to articulate, but if I was to try to describe Satan, if you look in the passages in the Old Testament, I think it's Isaiah chapter 40, where it says, thou art Lucifer, who has fallen from heaven, son of the morning. Some people
what
will
was
take that as
passage?
some kind of.
Sorry.
I
Is that-
think it's.
Did you say
Are
Isaiah?
you
Lucifer,
reading
son of the
Enoch
morning?
or Morning
I
Star
usually
thing, man? That seems some Enoch stuff right there. Morning Star, Lucifer,
Lucifer.
Bible verse. I think that's
How thou art.
Oh, it is
yeah,
Isaiah. Good call out.
14,
Isaiah
12.
14:12. Let's
How
actually.
thou art fallen from heaven, O
You know what?
Lucifer,
Can we
son of the
pull
morning.
that up? Are you afraid of reading the Bible with me?
I am not. I will share my screen and my Bible study
my
software if you
my
want
friend,
to.
my friend. No, I got you, bro. I'm not even pulling up 14:12. I'm pulling up the whole chapter because I don't believe in taking things out of context. But I cannot tell you how
Absolutely.
refreshing it is to hear another fellow, and I'm going to say fellow Christian because I was Christian more than I wasn't Christian, that's willing to look at the Bible because honestly, in my opinion, that is the source of truth.
Yeah.
I mean, people can prove me wrong. and they
Christian
can
or not,
say,
there's lots of beautiful things to take away from it either way.
Agreed. I agree. There are. Okay, I'm going to try to share this. Let's see if I can. I don't know what I'm going to read. Honestly, this is new to me. Okay, here we go.
You can start at 1.
Okay, let's go here. Isaiah 14. But the Lord will have compassion. Okay, we can see this okay. Oh, wait, for some reason. Oh, wait, my bad. Remove. Why is it not showing on my screen?
Christians, why do you still believe? And you don't even realize I done tricked you into a Bible study.
Don't. Yeah, there you
Don't
go.
even Bible
Don't
study.
even look. Yeah, don't even look at the chat. These guys.
Yeah, I have it turned off. They're probably
is it?
saying all kinds
Why
of
is
trash
it-
about
Yeah,
me. It's
don't
all right.
pay attention to that.
For some reason, I'm clicking add on stage, but it's not. Oh, that's numbers still. Hold on, my bad. I've got
You got-
numbers up on the. All right, numbers. You've
Okay, we
been
got
kicked.
Isaiah now.
Hold on, I'm kicking numbers. Stop screen. Okay, I'm gonna share a new screen, and we're going with. Here we go.
You
Isaiah
might have to
14.
move it over your faces and stuff to really get a usable
Nah, it could go
portion
down
of
in
it.
Sheol.
It's going
Oh,
in
boy.
Sheol. By the way, you've been awesome.
Yeah,
and we
thank
appreciate
you.
you coming on here.
Yeah, praise the Lord.
Okay. Oh gosh, that's way too small. Sorry, making it bigger. Okay, so Isaiah 14. We are going to start it here.
What version are you using? I don't want to track along in a different version.
We're happy to use any version that you're down with. If you've got a preference,
Our standard is in our
yeah, New Revised Standard is like kind of the go-to, but we're down for whatever. Do you have a particular version you're savvy with?
I've been fond of the Septuagint, but that will require opening up another can of worms. So let's just do do you have New King James on there?
Oh, New King James is better than King James.
Because you don't like do you just not believe in the Dead Sea Scrolls?
Once
By the way,
again,
Kobe says hi,
big old
chat.
can of worms, bro.
Let's do it. No, let's not. Okay. Can we settle on? Okay, let's settle. Okay, let's just go King James. Let's just go. That's fine.
Okay.
I'm fine with that.
If you're comfortable with that, some people don't do the Old English very well.
The Dead Sea Scrolls, I'm sure. Okay, let's go. Oh crap, dude!
Yeah, that
people
works.
aren't gonna understand this, man. Aren't you?
No,
trying
it's
to
New King
reach
James.
People. Well, New
It gets out
International
of the-
version. Can we at least go the New International version? It's at least in words
all right.
people understand. I'll even go
All
the
right.
New Living Translation.
Well, New King James is fine. It takes out the these
King
and thous
James
and the
better
weird
than
words you don't
KJV.
understand.
Okay, here we go. Okay.
Yeah, that'll work.
Okay, so I'm trying to think of where we were picking up on this point here. Does anyone remember?
Well, it's 1412 where it says Lucifer, but go ahead and choose wherever you want to start trying to extract the context.
All right. Here we go. Let's pick up at the quotes. Actually, dude, I'm not gonna lie. I stand corrected. This is baller. I like the way this is worded. Okay, here we go. Okay. Honestly, let's start at the beginning. Downfall of the king of Babylon. Oh,
Yep.
I like myself some dramatic reading. Okay. When the Lord has given you rest from your pain and turmoil and the hard service with which you were made to serve, you will take up this taunt against the king of Babylon. So we know
brother.
right now.
Chapter 14 is where we were.
Yeah. We're
14
Isaiah
through-
14.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Okay,
we're good.
sorry,
We're good.
Sorry, go ahead.
So we know that right now what's happening for those that don't know the timeline, dude. The northern 10 tribes have been annihilated by the Assyrians. Now we are in dire straits because the southern 2 tribes, the remaining 2, which the northern 10 tribes have fled to, are being like oppressed down by the Babylonians that are going to conquer them unless they get their shit figured out, basically. Okay, so it says, you will take this taunt against the king of Babylon. How the oppressor has ceased, how his insolence has ceased. The Lord has broken the staff of the wicked, the scepter of the rulers, that has struck down the peoples in wrath, with unceasing blows that ruled the nations in anger. With unrelenting persecution, the whole earth is at its rest and quiet. They break forth into singing. The cypresses exult over you. The cedars of Lebanon, best wood in the world, by the way, made Solomon's temple, saying, since you were laid low, no one comes to cut us down. Sheol, no such thing as hell. It's just a dark place that people go to and chill in the darkness. Beneath you is stirred up to meet you when you come. It rouses the shades to greet you. All were leaders of the earth, all who are leaders of the earth. It raises from their thrones all who are kings of the nations. All of them will speak and say to you, you too have become as weak as we. You have become like us. Your pomp is brought down to Sheol, not hell. And the sound of your harps, maggots are the bed beneath you, and worms are your covering. How you are fallen from heaven. Oh,
The morning star.
wait. What? Okay, let's keep reading. Oh,
Hayel, H1966, if you have a concordance. Go ahead.
wait. Hold on. When are we talking about Satan here? Wait a minute. We've been talking about this character the entire time. all of them
Yeah,
will speak.
maybe a third of the time.
2/3 of the time. Let's be honest. What? Wait a minute.
I'll
Wait a
grant
minute. Who is
2/3
the
of the time.
Babylon? The king of Babylon is who they're speaking of. When the Lord has given you rest from your pain and turmoil in the hard service with which you are made to serve, you will take up this taunt against the king of Babylon. And then they go through all of this, and then they say, you have become like us, king of Babylon, and Babylon, your pomp is brought down to Sheol, and the sound of your harps, maggots are the bed beneath you, and the worms are your covering, Babylon. How you are fallen from heaven, O morning star, son of dawn, king of Babylon, Babylon. How you are cut down to the ground, you who Wait a minute. Braden, you are interlacing the first book of Enoch into Isaiah. Do you believe that Enoch is apocryphal or canon? This is our dog. Show the dog because it just sounds like I'm snoring. I know, but like it's just loud for people with earbuds. We've got this dog. It's just like for anyone wearing.
He's got a beard.
Yeah.
He's happy dog.
But Braden,
that's what the noises are.
You're taking the same lore that my mom taught me when I was a kid that she didn't know where it came from, but it came from First Enoch, and interlacing it into Isaiah when Isaiah is not talking about Lucifer, the devil, at all. What are your thoughts?
When did I start explaining that?
Okay, go ahead. Sorry, I didn't mean to. I was taken off guard. I was like a reaction.
Gave the verse. Okay.
I was a reaction video. My bad.
Back to you.
So we got to this place. We got to this place as I was starting to describe Satan.
Okay.
And I mentioned Isaiah, and I thought it was in 40. That's a totally different verse. It was in 14. But I remembered that it had said the word Lucifer in Isaiah. And I was headed somewhere else, but I decided to kind of see where this would go. I don't know if it's talking about Babylon there, or if it's talking about some fallen angel. Like if we really dive into that, like that's not where I was trying to go at all. I didn't realize I was getting pulled into a whole exegesis about whether or not Lucifer's Babylon or a fallen angel or not. So I apologize.
That's fair. We don't have to go there.
Yeah, we don't have to go there. I was just interested because it was like, well, what we were talking about is that somehow Satan is in control of the world powers now. And I'm just like, why Satan? Why this deity of Christianity when you've got a Rishgagal who's like a Mesopotamian, dark world lord, and you've got like Seth who was an Egyptian dark world lord, and you've got all these dark world lords, but we're picking Satan. And you know what? If I was a world power person, which I'm not, wink, wink. I would say,
but he's not.
Totally.
Wink.
Seth. I didn't do this, Seth. But you know what I say? Jesus. Follow me. Jesus this way, Seth that away. You know what I'm saying? I'm just like, it seems a little weird.
Yeah, I don't have a clue what you're talking about. But Satan just means the adversary. And so what I mean to say by Satan is not merely this, red-horned, pitchfork-wielding monster that we see
that would
in
be
cartoons
ridiculous
and stuff.
Yeah, that'd be silly.
Or anything like that.
Yeah.
But
a spiritual lawyer.
Hold on.
Go, sorry.
Right. It's just an adversary, that which opposes all things that are righteous and everything that would lead you to the shepherd. Anything but Jesus. Literally anything. It doesn't matter. He doesn't want your affection. He doesn't care about your love. It's that your devotion is given to anything but his
anything
enemy,
that doesn't directly lead you
Christ.
to Jesus is the devil?
Yeah.
What about like an apple?
I mean, if there was some sort of religion where people were falling down and worshiping an apple, then sure,
so it's not
but I don't know about that.
It's like anything that somebody believes in.
Yeah, any
Okay.
sort of ideology or deity, whether it has like personhood or if it's just a concept, like you can worship your own self and your own ambitions and your own body. Like that's
So
becoming a pretty
anything
normal
that
thing.
isn't God equals Satan.
Anything that isn't Jesus Christ of Nazareth is Satan.
Well, that's a big claim.
Yeah, that's what he said, not me.
What do you have to back? Okay, so what do you have to back that up?
Jesus Christ said, I am the way, the truth, and the life, and no man comes to the Father except through me.
So if 2,000 years ago I said that I am the way and the truth and the life, and no man comes to the Father except through me, and then I slip 20 shekels to this guy named Paul, and I'm like, bruh, back me up on this. And we make this thing. Is that true?
I mean, it would be a reasonable suspicion, I suppose, except for many of the followers decided to go through with this thing knowing it was a lie just to die and gain nothing.
So I actually do.
So that's kind of a hard decision.
I do have an actual full-blown reason why that all went down. So anybody who's interested, I'm gonna.
I really
make
want
a
to hear
video on it. Oh, I mean, it's a little.
It's
late
pretty
in the live
simple.
stream.
I don't know.
you
I
wanna-
think you should be able to articulate that in about 5 minutes why someone would choose to die for something they knew was a lie and gain nothing from it.
All right, in the
Okay, well,
chat,
first-
if the chat is interested, or okay, go ahead. What?
I was just going to say, people don't die for something that they know is a lie. People die for something that they can't necessarily know is the truth all the time.
If the chat is interested, I will
Huh?
tell the story of what I think actually happened from the time that Jesus realized that he was screwed and going to die. I don't think that he knew exactly that.
We just got a sleep face, so people might be over
Oh
it.
yeah, they're over it. Sorry.
And
they've
this
heard
is
it
all
before.
from the scriptures or what?
Pretty much. Yeah, it's all from the scriptures. It's all we have because we really don't have very great extra biblical sources other than when Josephus said that
Oh, Noah's lions ate dead babies on the ark. Good to see you. They want to hear.
we have from Josephus that he references that James, brother of Jesus, died, and the fact that Josephus referenced.
The sleep face was for Flacco, not us.
Okay. All right. Okay.
Okay, we've got a lot of yes pleases. So
All right.
he has been summoned, and at this point, I cannot control this.
Can I have some of your water?
Come forth, whoever ye
No.
be.
All right. This is okay. I'm going to try to make this as succinct as possible. Succinct as
I
possible
appreciate it.
because it's complicated. Okay.
Oh, I bet.
Okay. Stop me afterwards. Take notes at where you think my story has plot holes. Okay.
Hold on, let me get a. I'll open
Get a-
up a notepad on my computer
Get a
here.
notepad.
and
Yes.
Take that
This-
challenge
This
seriously.
is our dog getting
Yes, everyone knows Gracie sounds like a.
train wreck. Like
I
a
don't
like
know.
a rototiller.
She doesn't breathe well, okay? And she's very old.
She's not finely tuned. Let's just put it that way. There was a clockmaker. Okay. So now that actually is just human bad breeding is what happened. Okay.
Thank you for that. Honestly.
Yes. yeah. Honestly,
And this,
They weren't
is
like
not
that
original
200
dog
years ago.
creation.
They were
That is not the
fine.
original dog creation. This is human.
That's not a dog.
abomination.
We don't know what that is.
No, that's
might be a weasel.
it is an abomination that causes desolation.
It might.
Oh, come
It
on. You
might-
only gotta go there.
It might be.
She's
an
really
Ewok.
nice. She's really nice though, honestly, to be fair.
Oh, I'm
All right,
sure.
All right. So here I have to I'm gonna try to make this as succinct as possible, and I should actually write this down someday. Okay, so you have this you have this man born from the most amazing woman that I could possibly imagine, and her name was Mary. And she grew up in a time where 2,000 Jewish people were crucified along the streets of Herod the Great all the way down to her town of Nazareth. And Sepphoris was the capital city at the time. And 2,000 Jewish males were crucified because there was a revolt led by Judas the Galilean. And she was traumatized, as any like sane person would be. And she, along with her cousin, raised 2 male sons, as well as other children in the family, one being Jesus with Mary, one being John the Baptizer from Elizabeth. So the 2 sisters raise their children, and they teach them to be different than other Jewish males in their current society. One of the things is that instead of trying to raise a revolt like Judas the Galilean and other people, like eventually Simon Bar Kokhba and other messianic leaders of the time that rose and died on the cross, she led Jesus to try to lead through pacifism, essentially, and turn the other cheek mentality. Hillel, which folks should look up, the rabbi that first coined a reverse version of the Leviticus golden rule, do unto others as you would have them to do unto you, was one of the mantras of Jesus. So Jesus, at the age of 30, being the oldest in his family and having been a tekton, which is not a carpenter, but a day worker, which is what he did, probably rebuilding the city of Saffron throughout his childhood and early adulthood to sustain his single mother, who we don't know, Joseph went off the scene at age 12 forward. He, at age 30, decides, I'm going to start a movement. I believe that he thought, just like David Koresh of the Branch Davidians, just like T of the Heaven's Gate cult, just like Paul, just like, I don't know about Jim Jones, actually. Jim Jones, maybe. But a lot of these leaders that really in their mind believe what they're saying, I believe that Jesus thought, like in the Dead Sea Scrolls, which I am interested to hear later whether or not you believe in the Dead Sea Scrolls or not, Braden. And we can talk about the Habakkuk Pesher, the War Scroll, and the Community Rule. They believed, as Essenes, that the end was near. It was coming within this generation, that not one of you standing here will pass before the Son of Man will come on the clouds. And this was a whole Davidic prophecy ushered in by the Hasmonean dynasty, which is the Maccabees, like 100 years before. So there's this very apocalyptic movement, which is why you have all of these like messianic figures showing up on the scene, including, which you read about in the book of Acts, Simon Magus and multiple others. Jesus was one of these quote-unquote miracle workers, which we can attest to many others, including like the circle jar. I can't remember his name. Anyways, so he's on the scene. He's got followers. Things are moving and shaking just like every single one of these movements happen. He made a mistake. Dang it. JC thought he was going to go to Jerusalem and usher in this big movement. He had people with him. Now, here's where the scholars divide, and I can't pick a side. Did Jesus think that this was going to be a war movement where it was going to be violent and we were going to take over by force? Or did Jesus think this was going to be a philosophical movement and there's going to be no like aggression? I lean a little bit towards that based off of my reading of the Essene community in the Dead Sea Scrolls. I believe that Jesus, like them, thought that he was going into Jerusalem and that he was going to create an uprising by overthrowing the temple and, money changers, that there was going to be people that come up with him and start a revolt. Now, I also think that if there wasn't a revolt, Jesus believed so hard in this theology that, like the Essenes in the War Scrolls, and this is the group of people, for viewers that aren't familiar with the Essenes, these are the group of people that hid the Dead Sea Scrolls. So the reason we have the Dead Sea Scrolls is because a group of people took these sacred texts and that they have written themselves, and some, like the Isaiah scroll, that were from the Hebrew Bible, and they sealed them with tar in jars and hid them in tunnels, in caves, inside of the side of caves in Qumran, overlooking the Dead Sea. Now, these folks went to a neighboring city and they were going to fight the Roman Empire. They believed with their entire hearts, and you can read about it in their texts. I encourage everyone to read the War Scroll. They believed that the angels were going to join them in battle and that the angels would fight alongside them and defeat the Romans. What happened was that they did not have angels join alongside them and defeat the Romans. What happened was the Romans kicked their asses and they all died. And that's why we still have the Dead Sea Scrolls, because there was no one left to go back and get them. Anyways, I think that Jesus, when he hung on the cross, saying, "Father, forgive them, for they know not what they do," or "Why have you forsaken me?" Or what's the other one?
It is finished.
It is finished. Take your pick. Whatever his last quote was from Mary Magdalene, that was a ways off, that recorded it perfectly. That essentially Jesus was like, oh shit, I'm on the cross and the angels aren't coming. And then after he died, the angels didn't come. Now, everything up to the point of Jesus's death was all about a physical kingdom on earth. The Son of Man, which you can read about in the book of Daniel, was all about a physical person coming after the Greeks, because Daniel didn't know about the Romans, because he was writing about Antiochus Epiphanes. Didn't know about that. Whatever. It's that whole philosophy, though, right? So then Jesus' disciples are screwed. Keep in mind, they've been with Jesus for 3 years. They have followed a cult leader for 3 years. They have left their families. We read about it in the Gospels. They have left their jobs. We've read about in the Gospels. Now, think about it. I don't know if you have a family or a job, but if you've left your family or your job,
or all of the above,
for 3 years because of a belief, and all of a sudden it flops and your cult leader's dead, that's a bummer. So the leader of the cult, who's on the hook for everyone, there's technically 2 or 3. Cephas, Peter, the Rock. James, the brother of Jesus, unless you're Catholic. And
right.
Cousin brother from Arkansas. These people that have vouched for everyone in the community that have left, and it's more than just 12, because you've got other followers and you've got a whole community. They have basically staked their name on the fact that this cult leader was real and now he died. Now, I would encourage everyone at this point to just write down the word Heaven's Gate, Doe, and T. D-O-T-I. Stop listening to me and just freaking research this cult. What happened was there was Doe and there was T. Doe was the female cult leader. T was Cephas/Peter. Doe died. This is the Hale Bopp Comet suicide cult that happened in the 90s, I think. Anyway, in the United States. What happened was Doe dies. So T's all of a sudden like, guys, I've heard from T, I've heard from Doe. And everyone's like, what did you hear?
97.
1997
was when the suicides happened. So
and it's
probably
like, this is what I heard. Blah, 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 blah. Now, did he believe what he said? Because this is the exact same scenario, Braden. This is the exact same scenario. Did Peter believe that he saw Jesus? Now, two things I will like to preface, and then I'm going to turn this over. First of all, it does not say how Cephas, Peter, the rock, saw Jesus. Did Cephas, Peter, the rock, as attested by Paul, see Jesus in physical form, touch his hands, touch his side, like the Gospels say? Of course, yes, of course he did. Or like Paul, written decades before the Gospels, see Jesus in a vision like Paul did. It doesn't say. We can go totally into this. But my point is, if you're on the hook for a group of people and they're about ready to go like batshit because you've led them down a path that is a dead end, and then all of a sudden all you have to do is say this, guys, I woke up this morning, I swear, I had a dream, I saw him. And then all of a sudden, James says, dude, I believe you. I saw him in the marketplace the other day. You've got a domino effect, and we're talking 2,000 years ago. There's no internet. There's no written newspapers.
There's not even
There's
a photograph.
There's nothing. You can't prove shit. You could say, I saw the freaking Easter bunny the other day. Now they'd be like, no way. But if you've traded your entire life for a belief system and someone comes and tells you, actually, I saw him, what would stop you from believing that? And that's where I'll turn it over. That's what I think happened.
All right. So I really did open up my notepad and I really did take notes
were
of
you
every single
typing?
thing you were saying.
You did
and,
type, didn't you? I
tried
think
to,
I heard you.
Tried to put in my thoughts as I was hearing what you were saying and your narrative there. Before I start getting into that, though, from what do you derive these historical facts to support your narrative?
The text, so the New Testament text and modern cult psychology. So like what we've seen with modern cults, and I've used like the Branch Davidians, I used the Heaven's Gate cult, the Jim Jones, which I can't remember what his cult's called, but whatever. There's more like cult psychology. I've also done a lot of like psychology research in terms of like people's thought processes and why they believe what they believe, type of things. And and lack of evidence, quite frankly, because we all know too that like everyone believed that like Nero raised from the dead if you're a Parthenon Parthenon, because
But yeah.
They
Never
went
heard
to-
that in my life.
they went to war against Rome. 35,000 Parthians died because they thought that Nero raised from the dead, because Nero died and there was a Nero imposter who said, I'm Nero, and they all followed him and raided Rome and all died. So I mean, there's a lot of like fake I rose from the dead people.
How's that movement going today, by the way?
Well, thanks to Theodosius and Constantine, Jesus won out. But
how about
had
that?
Nero been the winning person in the family, maybe Nero would still be our dude. You know what I'm saying?
Maybe. That's just not how it played out, though. Okay, so I'll get into my notes, though.
So are you
So-
saying with that flippant comment, are you saying that popularity wins?
No, I think especially with God, probably the thing that the world hates the most is on its way towards the mark. I think
Explain
the
that. What do
most
you mean?
minority. Yeah, Jesus said the world will hate you not because it hates you, but because it hates me. And because I testify of it that its works are evil. And so when you find a denomination or a particular religion that just gets absolutely dunked on by the entire media and by the world perspective at large, it's probably because it may be getting close to something that Jesus was saying.
And are you basing that off of your text? So like circular logic?
Yeah, absolutely. Circular as it can be.
Okay. Just wanted to make sure. So anyone that wants to believe in that statement would believe in that statement because the book said the statement was true.
And because it happens to align with what we experience in reality, no matter what we try to do to it.
So what you're saying is then Satan is doomed anyway because Satan is not the minority.
Oh no, he's the majority for sure.
So he's screwed. So we should just not even care because God will win because he's the minority.
Well, God will win because he controls everything, and no matter what Satan does. The problem is that the minority lies in the people who choose God instead of darkness. I mean, it's not even going to be like this 1 billion Christians. I think most Christians don't have it really figured out, especially not in America. So it's kind of like if the rapture was a thing and people really did just get sucked into heaven and everything Darby said was true, I think realistically there'd be so few people disappear up into heaven, the world wouldn't even notice. It wouldn't even make the news.
Because there's not enough good people.
People who've put all of their faith and trust not in themselves, but have been willing to completely deny the world and look towards the kingdom of heaven.
Can I encourage you to read a book? Actually,
I don't
want to encourage you to read a book, but I'm going to point this one out.
And it's tiny. Look how tiny it is.
Yeah,
it's called the Enchiridion, and it's written by freaking Epictetus. So by the way, this is more words than Jesus ever wrote down, in that he was illiterate. But it also is more words than Jesus spoke. But it's also like a lot of really good philosophy, and a lot of it aligns with what Jesus spoke, as well as Buddha. So like, to your point, there's a lot of really good truth out there in the world. But I'm interested as to why you think that like this Jesus character was like such a baller and the one, you know what I mean? Like the one.
Why his truth as opposed to other truths?
Yeah, let's say Epictetus. Like, why is Jesus like more of a god than Epictetus?
So let me ask you this. And this is just one thing, and I still haven't said a single word about my notes in your narrative, but we're on to something else now.
And if you want to pause here and go back into your notes.
And I am going to have to call a little bit of a flag on the play. It is 1:40 here.
Oh.
So if we want to give him an opportunity to give a couple
Yeah,
notes
we
on
want
your
you to
thing,
have the last word.
We need to put a pin in this and like revisit, and we'd love to have you back. But it is almost 2 a.m. and I do have to work at 6 o'clock tomorrow.
And we do want to give you the last word, Braden, because you've been amazing.
Not trying to cut the
Braden,
conversation
you've
short
been amazing
at all. I just am watching the clock.
And I'm sorry if I came off as flippant. It's just
not
kind
at
of...
all, not at all. I want to hear your thoughts, and I want to give you the last thought. And if we want to like restart there, if you want to come back another time, we can start exactly right here.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
And then keep going. But I needed to make
I
sure
could talk. Yeah, we could talk to you for like days. I
can't stay
I
up past 2
appreciate it.
a.m.
Oh.
and then still make it to work.
I just didn't even know it was that late. I just kept keep
no,
going.
and I'll probably head to bed and eventually tune back in to see how it continues after this and look at comments.
Oh no, we're
and things.
tapping
I'm
out
getting a lot of
right.
hate. Oh, okay.
But we will be back, hopefully later this week, and if not, definitely by Sunday.
Yeah,
so.
But we want to give you the last word. So anything. So
any response to what he said is kind of where I think we can leave it today, and then we can like revisit that next time.
Yeah.
So I'll keep my notes here for next time. But if I was to just leave off with anything.
Mm-hmm.
The Christianity that has been advertised by America, whether you take the Catholic brand or the evangelical brand, Jesus said, love your enemies. Have you ever seen that in a church where somebody who actively is hating you and is ready to just beat you to death in the street, and you're willing to cry for them and love them and do something you've never seen before? A love that changes hearts and is just utterly alien to everything that we see on TV, from the pulpit, from the golden gilded pews where you sit at to say your liturgy. Is that a Jesus that you're willing to get to know because he's not known in this country, not in America, not in Russia, and definitely not in Israel. This Jesus is not advertised because it's not sexy. It's not beautiful. He was a man of sorrows and acquainted with grief. And if you want to know him, then you best carry the cross just like he did. And that's not something that churchianity from America is going to bring to you. And I don't know you people, and it was really nice to be on here, but I don't know if you ever had the chance to know what Christ looks like in its proper context, because this evil world has gotten to advertise it to you and raise it up in you in all these horrible, corrupted ways where everything's about money or sanctity or tradition and not about the love of Jesus Christ from the scriptures. So I don't know.
No, I appreciate that a ton. And honestly, I'm not going to interject because we want to give you the last word, Braden, because we appreciate you as a caller. And honestly, please come back. I know I dumped a whole conspiracy theory on you.
Yeah, we got really far down and it got super late. And I didn't mean for that to be
I didn't know it was that late.
One-sided to where like we projected and you weren't allowed to respond. I would really, really like for you to come back and we can continue that conversation and actually have your input on it.
Yeah.
I really, really, really didn't intend that at all. It just happens to be 2 a.m. and I'm cutting it off for both of us. But if you have any desire to subscribe, that would be cool. If not, if you happen to see us live again and you want to pop in, I would love to pick it back up here. I appreciate the fact that it seems like you're coming from a really honest and loving place.
Very honest.
And you've listened to us. We've listened to you. I would love to do more of that. I just super appreciate you. Hopefully you get that same vibe from us is kind of where I can leave that. I just really, really want to emphasize the fact that I didn't mean to make this one-sided in any way as far as we talk and talk or he does a dump factor and then we cut it off. That was not our intention. Time happened.
No, I really appreciate it. You guys have been listening to me and I've been listening to you, and it's not been a one-sided conversation, and I can tell that despite whatever people think your intentions are, you're willing to let people speak, and that's going to be a lot more rare in the future. So
sadly enough,
maybe 10 years from now, it's
regardless
maybe
of what
10
we
years
believe,
from now this
I
won't
agree.
be possible.
So yes, I would love to see you back here. I would love to call you back up. We will welcome you. We are going to call it for now. Lars, we will be emailing you. We have a plan in mind. As of right now, we are going to call it.
Yep.
And hopefully get some sleep. And also hopefully not get tornadoes, which we almost got last night. So everyone, thank you.
Yeah.
Did you have the last word?
No, I have no last word other than thanks, everybody. Good night, good morning.
See you next time.
Or good evening to wherever time zone you're in.
Okay, Sherman Show.
Okay, see
Bye,
you
everybody. Love you, comment section, even though you hate some things.
Oh, yeah, they're the
yeah, forget the comment
They're the
section. We love you, Braden. We love you no matter what they say. All right. Talk to y'all later.
Bye.
Bye.
Good night, Dusk. Good to see you. Thanks for